stock trading like Amazon disrupted the world of home shopping.
And I think that speaks to exactly the mission that a platform like Robinhood has, which is to democratize investing.
Robinhood was started in 2013 by Vlad Tenev and Baiju Bhatt in, where else, Silicon Valley, as an alternative to the big brokerages, but with one big difference.
As they were building this social network around finances for people, they realized that there was a gap in the market and that free trading could become something that they could bring to the markets, they could disrupt the industry.
While no-fee trading is industry standard today, it was unheard of when it was first introduced.
The online brokerage industry was really innovative when they came on the scene 10, 15 years ago, but they kind of stopped innovating where you haven't seen those commissions come down beyond $5 or $6 or $7. Robinhood think that by offering zero commission that they're going to push people onto this platform.
And on top of no-fee trading, the customers Robinhood was courting have been long overlooked in the world of finance.
So the typical customer of a Charles Schwab, for example, is putting a lot more money in that brokerage account than the typical customer at Robinhood. Even today, with all of its popularity, the median account size is about $240.
There's Fidelities in the Schwabs and the E-Trades of the world. They look down their nose at those kind of accounts. I don't want a $1,000 account. They're just a headache. I want a $100,000 account.
And this is key here, right? Because the thing about Robinhood that's different than every other single brokerage platform is how easy it is to use.
The design of the Robinhood app really has in mind a user who might be coming at this absolutely cold.
The fonts are very well sized, the shapes, the colors, all of that is something that the founders of Robinhood paid really close attention to.
And by creating an interface that catered to a newer investor, they were able to gather a pretty healthy group of customers. And by 2019, they had about 10 million customers.
Those 10 million customers were a huge success story for Robinhood, but no one could have predicted its explosion after the arrival of COVID-19.
Remain indoors to the greatest extent, and 100% of the non-essential workforce must stay home.
What we saw when the pandemic hit was the growth of Robinhood users absolutely turbocharged. And oddly, you saw this surge in interest in stock trading. Then they saw the absolute surge in 2020 in customer growth. And now, by many accounts, they have more than 20 million customers, which is pretty extraordinary. So the next step for them is to figure out how to monetize those users and how, even with their small account sizes, to get them to grow with the company and, as it releases more products, come along with them.
Robinhood would become one of the COVID economy's breakout successes. Robinhood traders, as they're called, became the shorthand explanation for the frenzy of often speculative retail investing after the pandemic lockdowns.
Kids wake up in the morning, they go on Robinhood. They're, in the shower, they check Robinhood. Kids are learning how the stock market works at 18 while they're at school, checking their phones in between classes because notifications pop up telling them what their stocks are doing that day.
With these new tools, millennials and Gen Z are investing in the market in ways their parents could have never even dreamt of.
That is sort of key when we talk about the divide between older and younger generations, is that the younger generation is exposed to so much more information and tools at their disposal to do what they want in the market.
The older generations, you never had the technology or the cost structure that you could play the markets like you can today. So you were stuck with giving your money to a professional investor and paying them a fee to do it.
When I speak to young kids, they tell me, I'm making mistakes, I'm losing money. I'm not a perfect investor, but I'm 18, and by the time I'm 30, which will be, 10 years from now, I'm gonna have interacted with the markets for a decade. And so it's a learning experience more so than anything else.
And you can look at it and you can say, wow, that's risk-taking, that's dumb, but if you could possibly shave 10, 20 years off your working life versus adding 5 years, I don't think you can fault people for that.
But Robinhood is only part of the puzzle. Sure, you can trade on it, but without research, information, and data, you're just blindly throwing darts at different stocks and hoping to strike it rich.
Wall Street forever has always run on what we now call narratives or memes. People telling rumors to each other have been around for 100 years.
On Wall Street, information is its own currency. Historically, either you had it or you didn't. And the people who had it had a huge advantage.
In the past, those narratives and memes didn't have a network effect. It would be one person telling another person over the phone. In fact, when I broke into this business in the 80s, a lot of people used to complain that they weren't on the call list to get those ideas.
Social media changed all of that.
Fast forward to 2021, that's being done on the internet now. And that's being done on Discord and Twitter and StockTwits and Reddit. And the impact is very similar, but orders and orders of magnitude larger.
As social media has played a bigger part in our lives, it's also played a bigger and kind of more important role in how people find investing ideas online and on these platforms.
How do those ideas spread? On TikTok. Yes, that TikTok.
Soon may the weatherman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum.
People aren't just going to it for sea shanty videos.
The personal finance hashtag on TikTok has garnered 3.5 billion views from its 1 billion monthly active users. By comparison, videos found under the cooking and health tips hashtag have 2.6 and 2.1 billion views respectively.
The trajectory of Robinhood and TikTok were literally on par.
What happened in the stock market this week? So the word of the week is expectations.
Absolutely essential that you guys understand the risks of shorting.
And Kayla Kilbride and Kyla Scanlon are two of those financial influencer TikTokers, also known as finfluencers.
I think people still care about fashion, they care about culture, but it's also like there's this big behemoth thing called the stock market that we really don't know a whole lot about, and it's gatekept behind the industry. And so people want to unpack that. And so my audience is, a lot of them are younger investors who are looking to hone their skills.
Tech and write-up.
Kyla and Kayla are two of the more, let's say, professional TikTok influencers.
The Tesla ARK Bitcoin Biotech Risk Cluster.
I've been trading since high school, and it was a really interesting way for me to fill out my decision-making frameworks and to think about thinking. And I think that the more that we can have people thinking about finance, the better that we're going to progress as a society. I think it's a huge gap in our educational system.
If you're going to buy an option for a stock you think is going to go up, it's a call. So think of it like this. I made the options video where I was like, options are just like shopping. Rumor has it that this pallet's about to go up in price. So if I come in tomorrow, can I still buy it at said price? And a ton of women just attacked that video and were like, you explain things so much better than my boyfriend or my professor, or I could sit and listen to you all day. And I was like, this is what I was looking for.
But TikTok's algorithm does not reward calm and measured videos about responsible investing. It rewards this.
Watch this video for 30 seconds and you'll be rich for the rest of your life.
I try not to say the A word, the ALGO word, because TikTok listens to us.
The algorithm does impact how you feel. You do notice which videos do better versus which videos do worse.
How do you catch someone's attention in less than 60 seconds? And how do you make it something that they're like, I need this in my life? Nearly impossible to do that in 60 seconds. But the people who perfect it are the people that you're going to watch and going to stick around.
And where people are sticking around? Reddit. And its nearly countless subreddits about finance. And by far the biggest one of those is Wall Street Bets.
There's a lot of social media platforms out there, but Reddit is like the social media platform for finance. Places like Wall Street Bets is where it all goes down.
Started in January 2012, it wasn't long before Wall Street Bets adopted a 4chan-like etiquette, leading to their tagline, like 4chan found a Bloomberg terminal.
We had all these unexplained stock moves, and we would be grasping for why stock XYZ jumped 20% in a day. And you would look at Wall Street Bets, and you would see people there talking about buying options in that stock, and it sort of, squared the circle, so to speak, and started making sense. And it was at that point that it was like, wow, we have to start paying attention to this.
Some people on the platform really spend tons of time, and others are just looking for entertainment and to have a little bit of fun, effectively gambling or looking for an outlet, trying to make a little bit of money.
Then on top of all of that, there were stimulus checks. Now, clearly, this money is going to people who need to use that to eat, to live, but there's a lot of people who use this money to invest in the stock market.
And it's not just stock tips. People quote-unquote YOLO their entire life savings or stimulus checks on a single stock. They post what is called gain and loss porn, screen-grabbing staggering hits and misses on stocks for the entire community to see.
I'm about to lose everything.
And while some of the people on Wall Street Bets are novice investors, the community contains multitudes.
In one respect, what it did show us among these network groups is they are very sophisticated. They're not a bunch of ignorant people talking to other ignorant people.
And this is where the pieces of the puzzle all come together to wreak havoc on Wall Street for a solid week in early 2021.
It's pretty clear that the combination of more people having retail brokerage accounts and trading apps and more people being stuck at home looking for some kind of entertainment and some kind of community online came together in this very singular way.
What came together is GameStop.
Let's go back to the beginnings of what happened with GameStop a couple of years ago. On the boards like Reddit and StockTwits, a lot of people were talking about GameStop as being attractive value.
Some of them are even, Wall Street alums who left the industry and now still have access to tools that they can use to improve their financial well-being and make very good decisions. And I think Roaring Kitty is a perfect example of that.
GameStop is one of the most compelling asymmetric opportunities in the market today. Really, I don't understand how you could disagree with that.
Short interest of any stock in the New York Stock Exchange going into late 2020.
Short selling is a bet that a stock price will fall, and it's a fairly simple concept. An investor borrows a stock and then sells it. The investor is betting on buying the stock back later for a lower price before returning it to the original owner, pocketing the price difference.
What a short seller would tell you is that they almost act as a policeman in financial markets, or they're at least looking for companies that aren't what they say they are. And that can range anywhere from an outright fraud that some short sellers try to expose to just a company that's not worth as much as investors think it is.
The problem is, if the stock price rises, the short seller has to come up with the money to buy the stock back. And the more it rises, the more it costs. And that's what's called a short squeeze. And the hedge fund Melvin Capital was on the wrong end of that squeeze.
Melvin Capital lost over 50% of its money in the month of January alone, just from being caught in the short squeeze of the stock.
This is where the disruption comes in.
One of the most wild stories you're ever going to see. GameStop shares absolutely going nuts.
In less than a year, the company's stock has jumped from less than $3 a share to almost $350.
Cheers, everybody!
Roaring Kitty has turned $50,000 or so investment into some $14 million.
Whoa!
Investors all over social media use the free trading app Robinhood to wreak havoc on Wall Street.
They're actually piling on into some of these stocks to really hurt the professional short sellers.
And they all used Reddit, Twitter, TikTok, and Discord to tell one another to keep buying and, quote, hold the line and not sell GameStop.
People are getting cheerleaded for jumping in, buying at the highs. They're saying, keep going.
And it was working too, until
Thursday morning, the trading app Robinhood sent out this tweet. In light of current market volatility, we are restricting transactions, including GameStop.
people were really angry.
Robinhood was supposed to allow the regular people to play the same game these big boys are playing. But instead, we were all taken for schmucks, and they screwed us.
Shares of GameStop are jumping again now that retail investors are being allowed to buy shares of the stock.
But what we learned is that when people organize online, they have the ability to disrupt the market.
And it was a big sign. The ivory walls of the institution aren't as powerful as maybe the institutions thought them to be. I don't know if pumping up GameStop was the best use of billions of dollars, but I think that as a signal to society, it was pretty interesting and powerful.
The GameStop saga was so impactful that both Vlad Tenev and Roaring Kitty were called in to testify before Congress to clarify each of their roles in the saga.
One thing that's emerged from the congressional hearings is that they're interested in how retail brokerages make money and whether they're keeping the best interest of their customers in mind, but it's pretty fuzzy as far as what they would actually do as a result.
While the frenzy around GameStop eventually subsided, it didn't take long for retail investors to find other areas to invest their money.
Take a look at Bitcoin going bananas over the weekend.
Bitcoin forms a brand new all-time high.
It was after GameStop started to drop that we saw Bitcoin really go up to over 60,000.
How much further does this rally have to run?
It's compelling to say that money shifted from one venue to the other.
While correlation doesn't equal causation, there's a chart out there showing an inverse correlation on meme stocks going down and cryptocurrencies going up.
There's definitely an aspect where people are making money on stocks and then moving, they're agnostic, they're not hedge funds. They can invest wherever the hell they want. It's a classic sort of momentum trade. They're going to wherever the winners are and they're willing to jump on and, ride it.
So whether it's meme stocks like GameStop, meme coins like Dogecoin, or entirely new ways to invest in art like NFTs, the new kind of retail investor is making its presence known.
Over the next 10, maybe 15 years, you're going to continue to see, whether by choice or by force, that baton go from older generations to younger generations. I don't think any single app is going to be the thing that disrupts. I think people are the disruptors.
How people get ideas about what to invest in has become increasingly entwined with social media. And as social media companies govern more and more of our lives, the fact that now they're tied in more intimately to people's wallets is something that we might want to understand better.
Usually what disruption, I think, means is technology comes in, whether it's blogs to the newspapers or online retailing to brick and mortar. They come in and they're in the same business, but they just do it in such a gigantic cost savings that it causes everybody to switch. Well, that's the risk that happens here, is that it's so much cheaper to just manage your own money. We're not there yet, but costs and conveniences are moving in that direction. So I'd say, Wall Street, you haven't been disrupted yet, but you could be in the coming years, and that the final chapter on this story hasn't been written.
Meet Bloomberg's own David Nicholson. Now, his happy place is out in the field, on the open road. But like the rest of the world lately, he's been working from home a lot more than he's used to. COVID-19 has prompted a massive urban exodus as professionals of every ilk yearn for more space to live and work. As a result, rural areas have exploded, and they're poised to experience a resurgence as more and more families pack up and leave the big city to try out life in the burbs. But there's one problem with that. Not all internet speeds are created equal. Anyone who might need to upload or download large files for a living may not want to pack up and move to that cabin in the woods just yet. Now, David's house isn't a cabin, but it is in the woods, and inexplicably, his internet is workable.
My internet is okay. I pay a lot for it. It's around $140 a month. The download speed's great, and the upload speed is terrible, which is really bad for my work because I have to upload these massive files. But I'm definitely one of the more lucky ones in this community. Just a few miles down the road, my buddy has awful internet.
It's usually under 2 down and under 0.2 up, so it's often unusable.
Some days it's around 1, and other times it'll drop down to about 0.2, 0.3.
I just want to be able to have internet at my house without having to go outside the normal ways of acquiring internet. It's really frustrating.
We're literally miles, a few miles away from downtown, and it just cuts off.
This is a problem, and the solutions are not there yet, because getting high-speed internet in rural areas en masse is something our providers may simply not be ready for.
If your internet service doesn't have fast download and upload speeds, then you don't have high-speed harmony. You have.
Americans on average pay about $70 a month for internet at home. But in rural areas, it could cost a lot more for a lot less service.
So the pricing for a fixed wireless provider here can be something between $80 and $150 for about 25 megabits per second. However, gigabit service, which is 1,000 megabits per second and symmetrical, is running at about $119 a month or $130 a month.
That's John Paul. He co-owns Spiral Fiber, an internet service provider here in Nevada County, California. And for the past 10 years, he's been trying to bring an affordable fiber optic network to town. It all started when he applied to be part of the pilot program for Google's fiber service.
Across the country, civic boosters have been going to extremes, chanting, singing, and marching, trying to get the search engine giant to look at their town.
The internet these days is crucial to be in the world, to be a part of the world, and to be connected to your community.
Google ultimately went with Kansas City, Missouri, which left Paul on a mission to get funding to lay out fiber optic networks for gigabit service. Over the next several years, he would attend conferences and pitch venture capitalists and apply for grants to make his vision come to life.
One of the biggest roadblocks to building infrastructure for the internet here in the United States are the existing large providers. They have their land staked out. They would prefer that nobody come in and compete against them. In 2013, we applied for a grant. We went down and met with the commissioners at the California Public Utilities Commission. It was an arduous process to get funded, but we finally did against all odds. We got a $16 million grant, and then we went out to seek venture capital.
Then, in March of 2020, the pandemic hit the world.
Everybody got locked down, and everybody came home, and everybody started using the internet. And I remember seeing on one of the local fixed wireless providers' websites, they've said, hey, we know you're all staying home, but please don't use too much video, and please don't use too much bandwidth. And I thought, that doesn't work.
The U.S. connectivity gap is far greater compared to countries that are considered its peers economically. Some developing nations actually have better internet than rural America, like in Kenya, which has a state-of-the-art fiber optic network fed in from their coastline. The American connectivity gap does largely affect rural areas that are either outside of service coverage or simply prohibitively expensive. This is Rebecca. She and her family moved to Nevada County just a couple miles down the road from David. They took for granted that high-speed internet would just exist in the area, and it's not something they even bothered to check on before buying their house. Turns out, all they got was dial-up.
We wanted to move where we had a little more space, room for the kids to run around, just be out in the mountains a little bit more. Having come from a bigger city area where Wi-Fi is pretty readily available, we hadn't really considered that in our purchasing of the house, whether that would be an option or not. When school started, and now that we are remote learning with our children and we're doing everything from home, we didn't have the option to do that at our house. So every day when school would start, we'd have to pack the kids up and we'd go to my in-laws' home. They have a little cabin up in this area that does have Wi-Fi already.
Rebecca's situation is the norm in rural America.
According to data from the Federal Communications Commission, just 4% of urban Americans lack access to broadband internet. That's compared to almost 40% of people who live in rural areas. But while that was the case, there were also racial and socioeconomic divides in terms of who had that access. In addition to that geographic difference, low-income African-American students, Latino students, and first-generation college students were more likely than others to have only one device at home that's shared among multiple siblings and or lack access to that actual connection.
For most American towns, there's also a lack of competition, forcing internet prices up. And large providers like AT&T and Comcast aren't incentivized to expand service to these rural communities.
This is how Xfinity makes life simple, easy, awesome.
So in our area, we have a small imprint of Comcast, but they're not going to go out to the more rural areas. It's just not cost effective for them to do it as a large company.
In order to lay fiber cable, you're actually physically digging trenches into the ground. And for internet service providers, they're primarily focused on maximizing their profits. And so the fewer customers you have, in any square mile and the more fiber you have to lay, that's just kind of harder to pencil out from a purely economic standpoint.
AT&T released a statement on the matter, expressing the need and desire for government assistance to fund fiber optic expansion to areas deemed unprofitable. Comcast released a similar statement encouraging more public-private collaboration on this effort. Federal agencies do offer grants to help communities build broadband networks, but many have argued that there's not enough flexibility on how to use these funds. The COVID-19 relief package passed by Congress in March and signed by President Donald Trump awarded $43.3 million to 51 projects on the East Coast alone. But it also stipulated that these projects needed to be up and running by December 30th. For contractors who plan projects months and years in advance, it's a scramble to rearrange their schedules to meet that deadline.
So what we've been asking the federal government to consider is at least have, as long as the projects are getting started, knowing the projects are being put into place to expand both remote learning, working from home, and opportunities like that that are truly driven from COVID. We're moving as fast as we can regardless, but hopefully they'll give us some more time.
Talking to John Paul, it's clear that he believes broadband is something that can transform a community and should be considered a public good.
One of the first communities to come on in the United States with full-on gigabit service was Chattanooga, Tennessee. Now, they're a bigger city, but they're a city that was economically in a downturn. In the last 15 years, the city of Chattanooga has turned around in an amazing way. It's a nexus for young people to move to. It's a place where technology happens.
It's not just about logging on to Zoom, to connect with your colleagues who might be in New York City. It's also your ability as a small business, operating in the town of Nevada City or wherever it may be to, quickly upload your payroll documents or something onto the cloud, or to quickly, swipe a customer's credit card. There's just some really basic business functions and mechanics that I think people in big cities really take for granted, and that are just going to be a much bigger challenge for small business owners in rural areas.
historically, the marginalized people, you call them as untouchables or Dalits, they have been kept away from the center of the knowledge. Once you are born into a caste, it is very difficult for you to grow beyond that. You are stuck in that identity. I think education is the best way of liberating them. So that's how I chose to work in education sector. The kind of education that we are giving to the marginalized people is going to change not just the fate of these communities in Telangana, but it is going to be the source of inspiration, source of hope for all the marginalized in this country.
Greatest flight in India is the system of caste.
For generations of Indians, the social code known as the caste system has defined how people earn a living and whom they marry. Although outlawed 7 decades ago, castes remain a significant factor in deciding everything, from family ties and cultural traditions to educational and economic opportunities. Dalits, people who are on the lowest rung of the caste system, constitute almost 1/5 of India's population of 1.3 billion. Not able to afford the high tuition of private schools, many are forced to attend government-funded institutions, which in the past have suffered from poor infrastructure, lower education standards, and high student-to-teacher ratios. But Dr. Praveen Kumar is trying to change that.
I am currently working as head of Telangana Social Welfare Residential Schools. So totally above 400 schools I manage. These are all residential schools for the students who are historically marginalized but talented and then poor.
My friend also
Of them, 60% are girls and then 40% are boys, because girls are more marginalized among the marginalized. Their voices are always suppressed. My approach to improve the conditions in the schools has been put your eyes and ears on the ground always. Talk to the parents, talk to the teachers, talk to the students, stay in the schools and then understand their problems, their challenges, both in classrooms and then the corridors and the dorms. Then go to the dining halls and see what kind of food they are eating, and then go to their homes and then what kind of food they are getting and what kind of challenges the parents have. One of the important changes that I brought in after I took over was to complete the transformation of mother tongue to English medium, because English medium, as I said, English is the language of emancipation. A language that connects you to the whole body of knowledge in the world. So we had to train a lot of teachers.
Refer to the dictionary also, okay, and find out the new meanings. As well as you're going to describe about. Hey, Ruchita, how are you? Hi, Sindhu. Fine, thank you. And how about you? I'm fine too. It's been a long time.
Identity is extremely important. There is a scientific evidence to prove that your sense of identity is extremely crucial to your growth as a successful human being in your life. If you accept an identity which is very humiliating, which reminds you of very painful past, I think that identity will not help you to grow. I'm not saying that you should forget your past. I'm not saying that, but that should not be the bubble in which you must live always. Sweros is an alternative identity. S stands for state, W stands for welfare, Aero, SW and then Aero is Swero. So the idea is your dreams have to be skybound. So that is what we are trying to achieve by changing the identities. Like, we say, I'm a Swero and I aim to be a doctor. I am a Swero, I aim to be a top-notch engineer. I am a Swero, I aim to be a top bureaucrat of this country. I'm a Swero, I want to be a very good actor or, a musician in this world. So these are the positive images that are associated with identity. Just to give an example to you, in 2012, in our institution, we used to produce about 6 doctors per year. But because of our, this self-liberating ideology of Sveroism, we have, this year, we have produced about 189 doctors. This is phenomenal for any poorest of the poor people. You know how difficult it is to get into a medical colleges in this country. So, but today, because of this ideology, the students have been able to achieve this, feat. Pujita has been a farm laborer, and her parents themselves are agricultural laborers. And then this girl used to sell vegetables, but thanks to the residential education institutions, she came to the Gauli Doddi campus, and then she toiled very hard for 1 year, despite many problems. And today, I'm so happy to share with you that she has joined one of the prestigious medical colleges in the state of Telangana, Usmania Medical College, and then in future, she hopes to be a gynecologist. So this is the journey our children are hoping for. Similarly, the Mount Everest expedition. At Mount Everest expedition, we are very fortunate enough to place the youngest ever female in the history of this world on the peak of Mount Everest. How did this happen? It's all because of an ideology that helps you to liberate yourself. We brought a lot of extracurricular activities, and most of them got institutionalized now. So, for example, music. Similarly, the games. We have so many coaching academy. We have boxing academy, we have wrestling academy, we have handball academy. So we have, kabaddi, the traditional Indian sport. We have golf. We have introduced the golf also. Like golf is generally played by so-called rich people, but today even poorest of the poor people also are being trained in golf in our schools. Wow. So our intention has been to give all 360 degrees, type of opportunities to the students, so that whoever is interested in whatever activity, they can go and then do it. Break the barriers, break the fence, at least mentally, because poor people have been programmed to be victims, programmed to be subjugated, programmed to be on the margins, always, programmed to feel inferior. We wanted to change all that. There are certain games which are exclusive to rich people. There are certain languages which are exclusive to middle class and upper middle class in this country. To put it in one word, the sole aim of introducing all these co-curricular activities is to break the stereotypes which are recklessly imposed on these people.
Their stereotypes Dr. Kumar knows all too well. Born a Dalit, his grandparents were labourers and access to the restricted. Dr. Kumar credits his parents' belief in the power of education with helping him realise his aspirations. He went on to join the Indian Police Service, attended Harvard University, and then began pursuing educational reforms back home.
I attribute whatever I am today, it's to my mother primarily. They educated me in the village, although there were no good schools. So then I stayed in social welfare hostels, the hostels which are managed by government for the poorest of the poor kids. I passed with reasonably good grades. Then I went to university, and then I faced worst form of discrimination in the universities. Like there were in those days I'm talking about. So the bathrooms and the toilets were exclusively meant for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. We used to fight discrimination on one hand, and then again try to excel in academics day in and day out. So that's how I came to education, because I deeply believe that education is the only important weapon that can really place the poorest of the poor people from a very victimhood orbit to a prosperous orbit. I think in future this is going to be a game changer for the marginalized in this country.
If you look at a thermal image of a city and then compare that to a map of vegetation, you'll find that where there's greenery, the temperature is lower. That's because things like asphalt, concrete, and shingled roofs absorb more heat from the sun than trees. This is the urban heat island effect, and it accounts for higher temperatures in cities, often by several degrees compared with their surroundings. It's becoming a huge risk to human health as growing urban populations exacerbate the heating effects of climate change. Heat waves kill more people than any other extreme weather event, more than tornadoes, hurricanes, and even floods. That's why urban heat island mitigation strategies are being studied in Singapore by a group of researchers. The government-backed project called Cooling Singapore is now in the process of combining everything they've learned to create a digital tool that can help cities all over the world, starting with Singapore. In Singapore, close to the equator, temperatures regularly rise above 32 degrees Celsius or 90 degrees Fahrenheit. And the city structures only make it worse.
And that is also the case for Singapore, which is basically a concrete jungle, more urbanized, more developed city. And even in Singapore, what you have is a situation whereby there's a temperature difference of 7 degrees Celsius between the more urbanized and the more rural areas.
The government has taken drastic steps to keep temperatures down. This is Gardens by the Bay, an award-winning park. And inside this greenhouse is a pleasant 24 degrees. That's because the dome, along with 24 nearby towers full of thousands of people, is chilled by what's probably the world's largest underground district cooling system. It uses a large central plant that cools water and then pipes it into banks, residential towers, an exhibition centre, shopping malls, and the city's iconic Marina Bay Sands hotel and casino complex.
So one of the biggest perks of using this system for the buildings is that they can save 40% in terms of electricity usage compared to your traditional air conditioners.
And with Singapore relying on natural gas for most of its power, this new system means emission savings equivalent to removing 10,000 cars from the city's roads. That has big implications for the rest of the world. If things stay as they are, more than a third of the world's electricity could end up being used to cool buildings and vehicles by 2050.
As the world gets hotter, gets warmer, there is a greater need for air conditioning and as well as refrigerators, for instance. And the more people are buying these household appliances, the more energy usage they use, and they release heat more, and that then exacerbates climate change.
It's a vicious circle. And so since 2017, researchers at Cooling Singapore have been identifying design solutions that reduce our need for so much cool air in the first place.
One thing many cities have in common, and that's the importance of vegetation. That's a very important measure to mitigate the urban heat, because of the shading effect, of course, and the psychological effects of the vegetation, and also because of the possible evaporative cooling effect of the vegetation. Vegetation can be, of course, on the ground floor in form of trees and shrubs, and you can walk under them. This is the so-called canopy layer that the vegetation forms above us. But vegetation can also go up the facades of buildings, and it can go to the roof of the buildings.
Luckily, Singapore has been striving for the garden city feel for quite some time. It was a vision initially introduced by then Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew in 1967 to make life more pleasant for people, and And today, Singapore is one of the world's greenest cities in terms of urban vegetation. Kampung Admiralty, a community centre that contains health facilities and social spaces, now provides more green space than the plot of land it was originally built on. It's topped by a roofscape of staggered terraces covered in local plants, which functions as a community park. And a village green in the centre that contains farm plots for residents to tend to. Park Royal on Pickering was designed as a hotel in a garden that doubled the green growing potential of its site. There's now 15,000 metres of sky gardens, reflecting pools, waterfalls, planter terraces and green walls. And the government has big plans as well.
Singapore actually has a plan to plant 1 million trees and add more green spaces over the next 10 years. It is actually a mix of wanting to reduce the urban heat island effect, but on the other hand is also to get the people to be more connected to nature.
But it's not enough. The city-state has still been warming twice as quickly as the world average over the past 6 decades. That's why Cooling Singapore has developed a catalogue of other potential heat mitigation measures.
When you try to mitigate the urban heat island effect in a city or in any building, in a village as well, the first place to start is by shading of the windows. You have to keep areas clear so that the wind can move through it. Water of a certain depth can act as a very good thermal buffer. If you have to construct heavy buildings such as high-rises, at least you can make the surface, the facade, less heavy, and you can protect it from direct sun penetration. We have to make sure that no combustion engines will be in the city in the middle, in the medium to long-term range. So ideally, the electricity production is outside of the city, and you bring just the clean electricity into the city. You can at least minimize the use of energy in the city, and you can start to slowly convert the roofs, the facades of the city into production areas for renewable energy. In Singapore, unfortunately, this is a limited option, but in the long run, it could produce up to 20-25% of the energy, of the electricity needed in Singapore if all the roofs and the areas in the buildings, on the facades would be used to do that.
With so many different ideas, Cooling Singapore is also designing a virtual model of the city to test them out. It's called a Digital Urban Climate Twin, or DUCT, that will calculate how each element of the city's design will impact the urban heat island effect.
That means we model not only the geometry of the buildings digitally, but also we model the transportation, the insulation, the temperature, the radiation coming from the sun, the weather, the local climate, the even very, very microclimate of the city, the water, the movement of people in the city. We can invent scenarios, we can design scenarios, test them before we actually build them, and if they test very well and we are sure that they will function, then we can start to build them and put them into reality.
Singapore will be using this new tool to figure out which actions it should take next. And the model can be applied to any city, whether it needs to keep heat out or keep heat in, which will ultimately save energy, slow climate change, and improve our quality of life.
So this is something that Singapore will be able to export, maybe even together with its city development systems that it already has. Singapore is one of the very few cities in the world that really combine this scientific approach with a very well-established urban redesign and urban design approach. Through its agencies and the combination of its agencies, it has achieved a lot in the past. If it keeps following the scientific path and the combination with the other knowledge in the city already, we think that it will be a very comfortable and very livable city in the future, even more than today.
Times are tough. Jobs are scarce. It's risky to be outside and around others. Seems like there's very few ways to make extra money during a pandemic. So I guess I'll just hunker down and binge social media until this all blows over. Wait, don't these people make money? How do these people make money? Streamers, YouTubers, Twitch stars. How do they make money? Is it a lot? Is it a lot of work? I know, I gotta ask somebody in the biz, and I got just the guy. Austin John Plays.
This is your full-time job now, right?
As of November of last year, yes. This was always just kind of like a side thing. Like, any money that I made from doing my videos and whatever else, I never touched that because I didn't really think of that as being like real money. And then it started coming in more and more. And then it was like I hit my first day that I broke $1,000 and I was like, this is actually going to be money.
How did the YouTube channel come to be?
When the game Pokemon Sun and Moon came out for the 3DS, there was like things that I learned about the game, and then I wanted to just share that information with people. And at the time, I didn't have any way to capture a screen or anything, so I found like generic footage and I kind of put it all together with so much editing. And that video got 6 views. And then 2 days later, I made another one. And that one got 12 views. And then I just started pumping out more and more content, and people were like, this guy knows what he's talking about. It really just started building on top of itself, and then it was like, my channel really focuses on tips and tricks. So I play a straight 18 hours, and I'll finish the game or get to about the 40-hour mark, and then I'll make my first video. While I'm going through, I have a giant notepad and just scribbles everywhere, and I make these notes of like the things that stumped me, so I know the things that may stump other people.
What do you need to think about if you're building your YouTube channel? 1,
you need to do something that you're passionate about. Not that you like, not that you think you're gonna make money on, something you're passionate about. The other thing is something that other people are passionate about. It holds a special place to them. And third is, it needs to be something that people are gonna seek out information on. In order to enter into the marketplace, you either need to be better than everyone else, you either need to be faster than everyone else, or you need to be more accessible than everyone else. And you can't be more accessible because it's already on the platform. Granted, if you understand how the algorithm works, which is very similar to Google Analytics, then yeah, you can have a little bit of a head start. But if you're not doing it faster, and if you're not doing it better than everyone else, then why should anyone watch your channel? So my income as a YouTuber kind of breaks down to 3 different ways. 1, which is the bulk of it, which is ad revenue. Whenever you go and you watch a video and then there's an ad and then you wait 5 seconds and you hit the bottom right corner and then you go on to the next video, or a non-skippable ad, or the video starts immediately, you get the little banner ads at the bottom, or if you scroll down from the video, the first thing that shows there is an ad. Those are the 4 different types of ads that can appear on every single YouTube video. And all of them pay a certain amount. It varies on lots of things, like the country of the person who posts it, the country of the person who watches it, the time of year, where you are in the quarter, if there's anything going on with a reduction in ad revenue. Like, great example, COVID-19, companies weren't spending as much on advertising. So because of that, CPM went down. CPM stands for click per thousand. I'm using the Roman numeral for 1,000. And that means that for every 1,000 views, you get a certain amount of money. Now, on low ads, when I first started off, my CPM was 30 cents. So every 1,000 views, I made 30 cents. But then once I signed with an MCN and I started making more quality content and more engaging content, some of my better videos and certain times of the year, I can see CPMs as high as $12 to $14. And there's a big fluctuation between, you know, if I post a video when there's no ads being spent, like January and February, that's the reason a lot of your favorite YouTubers and also TV shows don't post new videos in that time of year because ad rates are down. Why are they going to make content then? Instead, you're recording and you're bulking up for when ad revenue is higher. The second way that a YouTuber makes income is support, crowdfunding, things like that. When I first started off, Patreon was really the only option, but then they started rolling out supporters and members for YouTube channels. So whenever I have a live stream, you can click a button and then you can become a member, and then you get special icons next to your name. I believe they're called badges, or on any video, you can hit the join button, and that helps support the channel. And then the third aspect of that would be merch. And for me, my merch has been somewhat basic. In fact, I'm wearing one of my t-shirts from last year right now. You have to endure the times that your first video gets 6 views, that you post it on Reddit and they say, shut up, and then an auto mod bans you. You have to go through that, because until you go through that and you discover why you're doing it, you're not doing it for other people, you're doing it for yourself. If you're not loving what you do, then it's not worth it.
Huh. So make a channel about something that I'm passionate about. Oh, sweet. I guess I can make the channel about that. Now, how do I grow an audience? How do I get popular?
It's all about diversification, right? You have to have a massive Twitter following. You have to have a massive Instagram following. You have to have a massive YouTube following. Of course, you have to be on Twitch, which is the key platform. But basically, any way you can get in front of your audience, you can engage with your audience, is going to drive those clicks, which ultimately drives the advertiser revenue that you get back from all of these platforms.
It's me and Dan playing video games and talking in a funny manner over them.
They're not just people who are good at games, they're actually people who are good at online engagement, online entertainment, first and foremost.
You have the right to remain stylish. Anything you wear can and will be used against you in the court of fashion.
The streamer is either very, very talented at the game. The best player in the game is generally going to draw a crowd because people like watching people who are very good. On the other hand, they're either very, very good or funny, charismatic, whatever it is on that side.
Oh, no.
You know, it becomes more of a show where they talk about other things outside of the gaming world, and gaming becomes really just a backdrop and an excuse to engage with that audience.
There were those weird, like, Ronald McDonald, like, straight to VHS movies. You remember those?
I'm personable, I'm chatty. I would kind of, you know, when boring things were happening in the game, I would ramble on about, you know, movies I'd watched or books I'd read and, you know, or conversations I'd had and stuff like that. And so I think being personable was a big part of that.
It's not just getting on and playing games. It's getting on and being an entertainer. You are putting on a show.
All right, now let me go ahead and grab the samurai sword that every gym has. Okay, he's dead.
To have a larger audience and to have that audience, I think, stay with you, you have to bring something extra. You know, you have to find your niche. You have to find what works and what connects with the audience and what makes them laugh and what makes them keep coming back.
You gotta make it a little more exciting, all right? Throw in a hanging bishop. Have everybody in suspense for a moment.
I think the real most important thing is to just get used to being on camera. Like in any sort of performance thing, is get used to talking on camera. You know, my first few videos were terrible, but because I sat down and did it for 6 to 8 hours a day, I just got used to talking and I got over that uncomfortable hump.
If you go into Twitch purely with the expectation that you're going to make money, make a job out of it, have all this growth, and it's going to be great, you're probably going to burn out prior to getting to that point because there's very little payoff for a long time, right? Like multiple years generally before you really start to see a payoff. And so, you know, those first few times you're streaming, nobody is there. One person shows up every 30 minutes, says hi, maybe, and leaves, right? Like, it's very discouraging, I think, for a lot of people. And so you have to be there just loving it. You have to love talking to yourself when nobody is around. You have to love just the game that you're playing, all of that stuff, because it takes a while, and I think a majority of people burn out prior to getting to the like profitable point of it.
And there you have it. My very own YouTube, Twitch, Discord, and streaming channels all ready to go live. It's a veritable social media ecosystem just on the verge of thriving. So, don't forget to smash like and subscribe, and visit my Patreon for perks. Also, go to my merch page. And one last thing, stay cool, my friends.
This is live stream shopping, one of the hottest trends in China. Every night, tens of millions of people watch live shows hosted by influencers like Via and buy the products they recommend. On e-commerce and social apps like Taobao and Douyin, the sister app of TikTok.
我觉得已经改变了大家的购物的方式。其实各种各样的产品，哪怕你不买，你也可以来看。当然，你看了，你就有可能会买。
It's not about, only shopping. It's about the experience. It's about having fun. You got to see 3D. You got to see in some kind of action. It's almost like a theater act.
The internet craze has taken over China. By the end of 2020, the country had almost 400 million live stream shopping users. China's live stream e-commerce market has also grown dramatically, with an estimated value of $161 billion in 2020. It's becoming popular outside China as well. So, is live streaming the future of shopping? Live streaming is not a new thing. In China, it started in 2015 with the rollout of 4G. And it was first used for entertainment and socializing. Many live streamers performed for their followers or chatted to them, making money by receiving virtual currency and gifts. In the West, live streaming is mainly the domain of avid gamers. In China, it's broken into e-commerce.
China actually has a very big e-commerce empire, so it uses these super apps, what we call that you have payment, you have search of information, you have recommendation system, and you have huge amount of goods available on the platform, and as well as a lot of consumers. So with this advantage, they merge these features of live streaming to make the influencers actually sell goods.
Here is a perfect choice: nice neutrals, beautiful print, nothing overwhelming, and the warmth and comfort of flannel. This is item.
Traditional TV shopping involves a one-way direction, whereby a host introduces a product, demonstrates certain things, and say, call this number or something. But live stream shopping is live. That in itself is a very, very big difference that causes different psychology. And live stream shopping is a very entertaining way of actually engaging someone else.
When you shop, actually, this live streaming video will continue. It will minimize into a corner, and you can buy the items and pay all on the same app. And after that, the live streaming screen will just enlarge by itself, and the promoter will come back to screen. So it's very convenient.
Taobao, one of China's biggest e-commerce platforms owned by tech giant Alibaba, added a live streaming function in early 2016. In the following years, other e-commerce and social platforms like JD and Douyin also integrated this feature.
开头的时候还是有很多的挑战的，对画面的这个流畅，然后是否能够很真实的去还原商品，它其实在这个上面是有很高的这个门槛跟技术的这个卡口在的。
不管是我们的这个用户的接受度，还是商家的这个上手的这个难度都很高。但是这几年下来，基本上难点在不断被突破的。
Over $70 billion worth of goods was sold via live stream on Taobao in the year through March 2021. Latest surveys show that over 60% of live stream users in China were watching shopping shows, and over 65% of them shopped at least once via live stream. In 2020, live stream shopping got a huge boost during the pandemic, when millions of people were in lockdown and many retailers were pushed online.
People, during the lockdown, felt like there's a need for more social interactions. This live platform creates an interesting kind of environment that gives people the sense that I'm actually interacting with you. And then live stream shopping brings in a lot more variety of things that people could buy and satisfy, the sense of like losing control, especially during the pandemic.
At the heart of this craze are the top influencers who have tens of millions of followers and sell products worth millions of dollars every night. They often use their star power to get bargains from retailers, which in turn boosts their own sales and influence.
So if you think about China's live streaming, you have to know the king and queen of the influencers. The queen of live streaming, Via, she is actually having the biggest viewership and the biggest sales volume for a long time on Taobao platform. She can sell everything from like Gucci sunglasses, lipsticks, homes, and cars. One time she offered her followers to go on a Tesla ride with her, and she even, for once, sold a rocket launch in her live streaming room for 40 million yuan. The king will be Li Jiaqi, more widely known as Lipstick's brother. He used to be a cosmetic sales before he turned into live streaming e-commerce. And he knows a lot about the cosmetics. So he's the one that will actually put the lipsticks on himself when he's on the show.
Top live streamers like Via and Li Jiaqi have become celebrities in China and can earn millions of dollars a year. Although not everyone can be as popular, mid-ranking live streamers like Tiffany still earn a good income through sales commissions.
如果说单从收入方面来讲的话，那主播的收入是比普通的工作要高很多。但是呢，主播这个工作时刻对身体，包括对精神都有很大的一个考验的。就是每天需要集中精力，然后长达5-6个小时，这种状态是很累的。而且这5-6个小时的话，你是脑子是不停的，然后嘴巴是不停的，然后手也是不停的，眼睛也是不停的。像我们做主播，不是说单一的只做直播一件事情，然后还会有选品的一些工作，然后还会有一些其他的事情排在里面，其实是没有个人生活的。那我觉得增强粉丝影响力的话，不是说某一件事情。可能今天做了什么事情你就增大了影响力，而是每天不断的内容的输出，粉丝不断的可能对你的了解，慢慢的信任你。
里面有芝麻酱的味道，如果吃不习惯的话就慎买。
A lot of successful live streamers are generally very good at communication. They're very good at articulating very simply what a product does, what a product doesn't do. In order for them to sell, they need to be trustworthy and appear trustworthy, and they need to, show in some ways that they're authentic, right? So for Via and Li Jiaqi, they are able to articulate that quite a bit through their body language, through what they say. For example, Li Jiaqi will also sometimes say bad things about certain products because to him that's his honest opinion, and sometimes people want to hear that. And so they seem very credible, they seem very trustworthy, and don't forget, they're also very entertaining and very interesting. If you're familiar with Li Jiaqi, he won a Guinness record for like the most lipstick applications to models in like 30 seconds. So if you're able to create a lot of buzz with interesting things that you do, people who may not want to buy lipsticks will also stream in just to watch what he does. And then from there, you might get hooked.
这就是一般女生出门的时候涂的口红的颜色。
Live streamers also use sales techniques such as limited time or supply. This sense of scarcity can often encourage viewers to buy.
The platform in itself creates and enhances some of these things because you see it live. Something we call social proof has taken over, meaning that, hey, other people are interested, other people are joining in, other people want the same product. and they add it in the chat and they ask questions and they say, oh, I want this too. What happens then? It makes the whole product even more scarce.
But it's not just influencers. Local farmers, luxury brands, even mutual funds have also started their own live stream shows.
Working with very top tier live streamers can be risky. It's not necessary that the benefits will end up with the brand. So we see company executives opening their own shows. And we see like P&G have their own sales room, which runs shows every day as well. We also have like local governors in like small towns to sell their agricultural products. So the live streaming is definitely transformed the way product owners can think about how to reach their consumers. And it enables a lot of players to actually sell.
Live stream shopping is going global. Merchants in Southeast Asia have embraced this trend. And in the West, Amazon has upgraded its live streaming function, adding interactive features like chat rooms. Companies, including Google and Facebook, are also developing and investing in technologies to integrate video and e-commerce.
直播电商它其实已经开始成为主流，它未来的发展空间跟潜力都是巨大的。接下来大家会越来越依赖这种购物方式，会变成一个比较日常化、比较规范化的这么一个趋势。
If you look at the numbers alone, their numbers alone, Li Jiaxi's numbers or Via's numbers, you know that they can sell and you know that they can generate revenue. Are they able to sustain it over a long period of time? It depends on how innovative they are at changing some of the things that they do.
But you can't expect consumers one day turn into virtual shopping for good. There will be the nature of us that crave to go into the store, to touch the goods and actually wear it and see how it looks like and walk around in that with our friends. And those things wouldn't be replaceable with live streaming.
You could imagine that the oceans are actually the largest battery. We're storing huge amounts of energy in the oceans. The wave motion can be very deep. It can extend down several hundred meters. And once it gets to the near shore, from about 50 meters, the whole water column is moving backwards and forwards.
As we search for ways to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, some are looking to a largely untapped potential source of renewable energy. In theory, waves off the coast of the United States alone could generate over 2 trillion kilowatt hours of electricity a year, enough to power more than half of the country.
Waves intensify and subside not as quickly as the wind, and that means that it can produce a smoother power generation curve. One of the potential advantages of wave energy is that it could act as a complementary source of power compared to other renewables on the grid if it were to be scaled up to commercial scale.
For decades, engineers have been trying to convert wave energy into electricity, but a host of technological and financial challenges have complicated their efforts.
In the years from around 2006 to 2015, there were a spate of bankruptcies in the sector, and this was largely because of a lack of kind of continuous proven projects out at sea with reliable electricity generation.
Since then, companies have been trying to develop the technologies at a steadier pace and with a smaller cash burn. But the same questions remain. Can companies develop devices and technologies that actually work? Is wave energy just a novelty or something that can become a major renewable energy source?
The sea is a very challenging environment within which to operate a power project. So seawater is corrosive and conditions are very rough. So this means that power projects don't have a very long lifetime, and it increases operating and maintenance costs.
Partly because of that, many early wave energy projects hit rough waters, such as the Palamas Wave Energy Converter in Portugal and the Isla Limpet project in Scotland. But that hasn't stopped others from trying.
Companies are focused on testing projects out at sea, proving their durability, trying to raise capital and bring down cost. The sector hasn't really converged around one single technology design, and companies are kind of undecided about which design works best.
Finland-based AW Energy is a veteran in the sector. The first proof of concept of the company's device was made in the 90s after diver Rauno Koivusaari observed the strong back-and-forth movement of a hatch cover in a shipwreck in the Baltic Sea.
The waves are generated far from the coastline, so the wind blows on the surface of the water, causing the water particles to rotate, and that rotation extends deep down below the surface, and the waves can be very long. They can be several hundred meters long. And as they come into the near shore, this rotational energy turns into an elliptical energy, and eventually backwards and forwards, as you probably noticed if you've been swimming on the seashore in large waves, you're pulled in and out. That's the energy that we're extracting. There's a sweet spot where we deploy, so around 10 to 15 meters of water depth. That's where there's still strong wave energy coming in.
After years of research, prototyping and testing, the company has deployed Wave Roller, a 350 kilowatt device in the waters off Portugal. Wave Roller has an 18-meter wide and 10-meter high steel panel fixed to the seabed via a floatable foundation. The panel moves back and forth with the waves, capturing the energy.
It's submerged in the depth of 15 meters, so it's protected from the extreme waves. We generate electricity by capturing the movement with hydraulic circuitry in a machine room underneath the surface. That hydraulic energy we turn to electricity with hydraulic accumulators and hydraulic motors, and also a generator.
The Wave Roller has survived large waves at sea for over a year and delivered electricity via an underwater cable to the grid in Portugal. Meanwhile, the company has won a €2.5 million grant to work on an upgraded version of the Wave Roller, aiming to increase the electricity generation capacity to 1 megawatt. The upscaled device would have a bigger panel, 2 power takeoff units, and improved software to control the energy production.
We have taken into use a wave prediction algorithm that kind of tells us what kind of waves are coming into our device. That gives us few seconds to prepare for capturing more energy, and the difference in that is significant.
Our future plans are to deliver technology around the world. So I'm hoping we can be working on delivering technology to projects in Asia and also in the American continent as well.
Meanwhile, Israeli company Eco Wave Power is taking a different approach to capturing the power of the ocean. For the company's founder, Ina Braverman, developing new sources of renewable energy is a personal mission.
I was born in Ukraine in 1986, and 2 weeks after I was born, the Chernobyl nuclear reactor exploded, causing the largest in history nuclear disaster. I was one of the babies that got hurt from the negative effects of such explosion. I had a respiratory arrest and a clinical death. Luckily, my mother, a nurse, approached my crib on time and gave me a mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, which saved my life. I got a second chance in life and decided to do something good with it.
Growing up, Ina wanted to be a politician to positively change the world. After working as a translator at a renewable energy company, she decided to change paths.
solar and wind energy were fully commercialized, there were a lot of amazing technologies implemented everywhere, I saw that wave energy, although it's an immense source of electricity, the biggest companies in the world are trying to develop wave energy with no success. And there was kind of a race going on in the world of who is the company that is going to develop a viable wave energy solution first.
In 2011, the then 24-year-old Inna co-founded EcoWave Power. Instead of installing devices offshore, the company's devices are attached to existing breakwaters, jetties, and piers.
Our technology is very cost efficient, especially in comparison to the offshore technologies, because we don't need any ships, divers, underwater mooring, or cables. We install on existing man-made structures, and all our expensive equipment, the generator, the hydraulic conversion unit, the automation, is located on land just like a regular power station. This is the EcoWave Power conversion unit that has been operating in Jaffa Port since 2014 until 2020. Here you can see how the technology works. Basically, the floaters are going up and down and pushing the hydro cylinders, which transmit biodegradable fluid into land-located accumulators. A pressure is being built. The higher the waves, the higher the pressure, which is used to turn the hydro motor, which is turning the generators. The whole system is controlled by a smart automation system, which you can see right here. And in case of upcoming storms, the system automatically raises the floater above the water level and keeps them in the upward position until the storm passes.
The company has been operating a 100-kilowatt grid-connected device in Gibraltar since 2016, which is enough to power 100 households. Currently, Inna and her team are working on another 100-kilowatt project at the port of Jaffa in Tel Aviv.
The project will be also the first time in the history of Israel that wave energy will officially connect to the electrical grid. And our goal going forward is to expand it to all suitable breakwaters in the city of Tel Aviv and to supply a significant part of the city's electricity needs.
Today, engineers and entrepreneurs are still trying to crack wave energy. Globally, only a few hundred kilowatts of wave energy are deployed, compared with gigawatts of offshore wind. But the field has come a long way in recent years, and with the right engineering solutions, this new power source could eventually become competitive with more mature renewables like solar and wind.
I would have a lot more confidence in the success of wave energy companies today as opposed to like 20 years ago. But in the next few years, or maybe the next couple of decades, it will be more likely to be used in remote locations like islands that are otherwise dependent on expensive diesel power, or out at sea on gas decommissioning rigs, or for powering underwater autonomous vehicles.
So definitely, wave energy can compete with other renewable energy sources, but I personally believe that this is not a competition. In order to have a 100% renewable energy friendly world, we need all renewable energy sources to work together.
Who are all these people from? Who are all these people from?
So can you please tell me? I'm not going to... please wait.
You know, I've covered a lot of companies. I've covered a lot of Machiavellian companies where, you know, people play rough. I don't think I've ever seen anything on the scale of Nissan.
He is making you, but you act from this side. I mean, it's corrupt. The system is...
One of the most dramatic elements was Ravinder Passi's home being raided by court officials in Yokohama.
You scared me, you scared my children. I worked in this for 16 years.
So Rav Passi's journey into the darkest recesses of the Japanese corporate world started when he was the general counsel, the highest corporate lawyer position in the company.
In the past few minutes, Nissan has revealed that its chairman has been arrested after allegations of serious misconduct.
He was tasked with investigating Carlos Ghosn. And he was told, conduct an internal investigation and get to the heart of the matter. And then along the way, he started to notice serious conflicts of interest.
He is one of the few people who knows an extreme amount of detail regarding the alleged crimes by Carlos Ghosn. And he's now ready to tell his own story on the record about some of the events that happened.
My name is Ravinder Passi. I'm the former Global General Counsel of Nissan Motor Co. Limited. And you could say, yes, I had a front row seat in terms of what was going on.
When Carlos Ghosn saved Nissan years ago, he was depicted in Japanese comic books as this hero, and now maybe we'll see comic books where he's the villain.
In corporate Japan, Nissan was quite an unusual company. It was led for 2 decades by a non-Japanese executive.
Well, Carlos Ghosn was a hero in the Japanese business world. If you had a global business celebrity in Japan and worldwide, it was definitely Carlos Ghosn.
In a country with few foreigners at the top, he stood out. But over the years, he saved Nissan from bankruptcy, allied with Renault and Mitsubishi, and turned the alliance into one of the most competitive in the world.
Yet as the years went on, you know, I think his ambitions changed a little bit. He started thinking about legacy plays, and one of them was to really tighten the alliance between Renault and Japan. And unbeknownst to him, there was a contingent of senior Nissan executives that were really felt threatened by that move. They really thought that they would lose complete control of the car company, and even in the government, there was probably a little bit of anxiety about a national champion in the auto industry falling under full-blown foreign control.
Carlos Ghosn was an auto industry leader, respected by many in Japan. Now he's in jail.
The arrest of Carlos Ghosn came completely out of the blue. This was in November of 2018. He was coming to Japan on Nissan's corporate jet for a regular executive meeting, and he was met on the tarmac by Japanese authorities who whisked him away to a jail and charged him with financial misconduct crimes.
So what happened was that a power struggle ensued inside the company, and somewhere along the way, it was criminalized. By that I mean that there were allegations leveled at Carlos Ghosn about the way he reported his pay to Japanese authorities, the way he handled money inside the company, that in other contexts might have been a board action, might have been handled internally. A number of executives at Nissan decided to take this difference and take it over to the Tokyo prosecutor's office, and that unleashed a chain of events that would shake the entire auto industry.
So after Carlos Ghosn was arrested, Nissan launched an internal investigation into the events that led up to his arrest.
So Rav Passi was tasked with investigating Carlos Ghosn, and he was told, get to the heart of the matter, find out what Carlos Ghosn did wrong and bring it to our shareholders.
It's really complicated because you had various things coming out of the weeds. 2018, the investigation has started, and we become aware of matters in terms of conflicts, actions by certain individuals that cause some concern because things might not quite be what they seem.
So in our story, we really took a close look at Harinada and his role in Carlos Ghosn's downfall.
Harinada is one of the most fascinating figures inside Nissan. He's also a lawyer. He's originally Malaysian. Hello, Mr. Hadi. And he had a meteoric rise through the company and became very, very close to Carlos Ghosn and other top figures. He had a front row seat at all the major strategic deliberations at the company. And when he discovered that Carlos Ghosn, as his final legacy play, was going to tighten the relationship between Renault and Nissan, he made a decision to go against Carlos Ghosn. And he became one of the key figures that decided that Carlos Ghosn had to go.
Harinada was somebody who actually recruited me into the company, so I have a long-standing relationship with him, or did have a long-standing relationship with him. For many, many years, he was a mentor. I had doubts about the credibility of the process right at the start. Harinada had a plea deal with the Tokyo prosecutors. Now, that suggests he was intrinsically involved in some of the wrongdoing, or the allegations of wrongdoing, and it just didn't smell right, just doesn't sit right.
So there was a basic conflict of interest. In other words, Harinada had to deliver results to Japanese prosecutors to avoid his own criminal liability, and he's accusing and leading the investigation of Carlos Ghosn.
Some of the people who had been involved in the original alleged crimes were also looking into the affairs themselves. Ravinder Passi began pointing out some of these conflict of interest issues. And the reason for that is essentially his concern was for the company. If the company's own investigation into itself was compromised, that could lead to a very weak position in various lawsuits that it was dealing with across the world.
I had discussions with Harry, discussions with the statutory auditors about these conflicts, discussions with HR about some of these conflicts, because at that point, we reported into him. You know, at the time, everything was quite, as you can imagine, it was, we've got to do this, we've got to do that, we've got to move fast. But when you step back and look at some of these things, you just think, my God, what was going on here? Because me, members of my team, were being placed in immediate danger. Your chairman's been arrested, a representative director's been arrested. They both happen to be foreigners. And then now what we need to do, we're being instructed to do, is certain compliance professionals need to go into properties in Brazil, for example, and retrieve evidence. They've got to do it very carefully, because if they don't do it carefully, they're going to get convicted of criminal activities. And likewise, when a team of lawyers were commissioned to go to Lebanon. I mean, one of my immediate concerns was, why are lawyers from Nissan being sent to go to Lebanon to retrieve evidence? These are just lawyers, they're corporate lawyers from Nissan. You had revelations that a number of executives had benefited from share appreciation rights when they shouldn't have. I mean, you know, substantive amounts of money being taken by these guys when they weren't entitled to take them. And you do think, yes, how is this going to look later on? It's going to look quite concerning. So that triggered for me the sort of assessment that, well, I'm going to have to do something, because up until this point, I haven't put down on paper these conflicts and these issues.
So Rav Pasi makes a fateful move. He writes this letter to the board listing every suspicion he has in great detail, backed up by evidence, backed up by memos, of why this internal investigation had serious problems. He sends the letter to the board and it's crickets. He doesn't hear much of anything.
Nothing happened thereafter. Nothing at all. Just like it just gone into a black box.
And he began to suspect that there was a desire, even at the highest level within Nissan, to kind of sweep these conflicts of interest under the rug.
Unfortunately for me, I think, you know, again, with hindsight, people must have thought that this is the nail that's sticking out, and we can't have this. Within 3 days of me submitting that to the board of directors, that letter to the independent board of directors, I was removed from the Goan Executive Conduct Matters. I was then told that I could not attend board meetings anymore. And up until that point, I had attended every single board meeting. I was then also told that after 8 years of being in Japan, I'd be going back to the UK. It eventually transpired that I'd be the VP of Projects and Transformation, managing a team of 3. So you can imagine what this feels like at this stage. Almost an arbitrary removal from Japan, where I've lived for 8 years, had 3 children there, my family has grown up, and we've been settled there, having a few months earlier been promoted to vice president at a global level, to being almost demoted.
So Pasi was essentially being reassigned to get him as far away from the internal investigation as possible, and also to a certain extent in retaliation to some of the issues that he brought up regarding the internal investigation and Harinada.
What happened to Rav Pasi can be seen as a series of corporate humiliations. I mean, first of all, his immediate responsibilities were taken away from him. Eventually, he lost, you know, the coveted general counsel title. But it didn't stop there. Toward the end of his stay in Japan, Rav and his wife were convinced that they were being followed.
During that period, I'd noticed that whilst driving my car, I'd have other cars following me. First time I noticed this was around mid-March, and I was driving, I can't remember where I was going, but this grey van, small van, just literally started following me. And I noticed that there was somebody in the car taking pictures. And lo and behold, we were absolutely being followed either by people on foot or other individuals, 2 or 3, normally 2 burly men in a car, different cars at different times, following us around. They were following the family as well. And, you know, given I'd seen the Nissan security department behave in a very, very egregious manner with others in terms of following and surveilling, I was very concerned as to what they were doing and who they were giving this information to. Because if they're giving this information to the authorities, you do think, why? What's going on here? I mean, this is just not normal behavior.
And this all culminated in a rather dramatic event in the middle of 2020.
Who are you people?
Where Nissan had hired a legal team and had obtained an unusual court order from the district court in Yokohama
to basically do a search of his home and seizure of his corporate laptop and phone and other documents.
If you don't let us in now, we have to break this key.
So it's a pretty extreme way to treat someone who had spent 16 years at the company.
These people have all come in. We don't really know who they are, apart from the fact that I've been shown a badge that says the Yokohama court. And they're here to recover a laptop and a mobile phone. It was even more weird because I'd highlighted to the directors that certain Nissan executives were trying to recover this laptop and this phone whilst I was still in Japan. And I was very concerned because it had evidence on there that related to misconduct matters and other forms of inappropriate conduct. It was just another form of intimidation, another form of harassment, forcing me almost to leave the company and the country. Because once they'd retained and obtained these items, we were still followed, which, again, I just couldn't understand. What is the point of doing that? You know, this isn't a car company. This is not the KGB.
I think it's fair to say that Rav Pasi didn't have full battlefield awareness of all the intrigue going on at Nissan. I mean, Harinata is interesting because he's both charismatic and charming, and one of the most brutal corporate infighters one could ever run across.
This is a confidential company email, right? You should not have this.
If he had fallen into line, he would probably still have his job at Nissan, be paid very well, and continued his work.
A career that he spent 16 years building at Nissan is irretrievably broken. It's been smashed to smithereens. He and his family paid a huge price, certainly. But in terms of being able to sleep at night, I think, he's come out ahead.
I highlighted issues to the highest levels of the company so that they could be dealt with appropriately by those in charge. There was no response to those, and there was retaliation against me. What's really profound, like absolutely profound, is that none of your colleagues, I mean people who you have known for years, forget it.
Yeah.
You're on your own.
Yeah.
And you got to be ready for that. You've got to be ready for that. If you take it on anyway.
This is the awful truth. There's always someone in the family that's pushing it.
This lady does not deserve to be taken advantage of, especially at your age with your own grandchild.
Yeah.
My grandma is having to sue them. I'm testifying against them. Nobody's talking. They're one floor below right now. I get afraid to go on the elevator. It's sad that it had to devolve to this.
It's like a soap opera.
It's a very sad thing.
It's a family feud. A family feud.
Here's a family that, on paper, you would think has the wealth that so many people seek, yet at the end of the day, it seemed to sort of rip everybody apart. My name's Tom Schoenberg. I'm a senior reporter here at Bloomberg News, cover financial enforcement. I was approached by someone close to the Schottenstein family and asked whether or not I would be interested in writing about Beverly Schottenstein and this case that she had against JP Morgan. And it was immediately clear that there was a great story here to be told. So I started just, assembling all sorts of documents that the family made available to me. That included a diary that Beverly had begun writing when she started having suspicions about what was actually going on with her money. Beverly obtained her wealth from the Schottenstein kind of retail empire that has at times included Big Lots, Value City, American Eagle Outfitters, DSW Shoes. Beverly's husband died, and at which point they sold off their portion of the company, bringing them an enormous amount of wealth at around 1990. Estimates of her wealth were around $90 million. She, for many years, had that pool of money being managed by outside advisors. Her grandsons in the late 2000s had both graduated and were becoming financial advisors. She gave them a little bit to work with, and over time, her grandson, Evan, became the trustee of her entire estate. Managing sort of family money is not a conflict. In fact, some ways in wealth management, it's kind of how you get your start. It's kind of the seed that you need to sort of get going in the business. But Beverly started having suspicions that something was wrong probably in around 2016.
Well, there were suspicious things, but taken separately without everyone talking about their own experiences, it was hard to really put it together.
She had written a check to her caretaker, Dawn, that bounced. So she went down to her local Chase branch to sort of find out what was going on. She wasn't getting paper statements in the mail, so she asked them to print out a number of her statements having to do with her checking account and her credit card account.
So we went to the bank and asked for the statements. And she got a whole year and going through all of them, page by page by page.
And it was there she saw all sorts of charges that she said she didn't authorize or didn't know about.
I was becoming very, very suspicious. I was starting to look in the money part, and that's what bothered me more when I saw that money was going. And I was not a big spender.
Around the same time, Dawn, she starts noticing Beverly's son, who lived in the condominium below her, came up with Evan with a shredder and started grabbing papers in her office area, including some with JP Morgan letterhead, and just started sitting at the kitchen table, just shredding documents over and over.
Yeah, they came in one morning.
They used to do it in the back.
Through the back door, and they brought the shredder inside. And then they went in the drawers in the office and took out all the papers, and they started doing it. I was very suspicious because I know you don't go around and destroying papers.
Beverly said that they had done this many times before.
That's when she said to me, Dawn, I'm going to write my feelings in this black book.
Diary.
And it's a diary, and she started writing. Each day she would write a little at a time.
Around the holidays of 2018, a package had arrived, a FedEx package, and in it were materials about a venture capital fund based out of the Cayman Islands. Dawn and some other family members take a look at this, and they see that Beverly's is signed up for this fund to the tune of $5 million over the course of several years.
And that was really the beginning of it. That was sort of the tip of the iceberg when it became obvious that something was going on, that my grandmother really wasn't aware of this fund.
You know, Beverly started to panic. She got really upset and called, J.P. Morgan's headquarters in New York and asked for Jamie Dimon. She said she was told someone would call her back, but she says that never happened. She wrote a letter to Evan and Avi, and in there she laid out a number of things that were concerning her: unauthorized trading, the checking account. She had about $1 million worth of jewelry in a safe deposit box, and that her son Bobby had the key to that box, and that jewelry had gone missing. All this was kind of packaged in this, 5-page handwritten amendment to a will and trust.
There's such an evolving narrative about why the jewelry was taken. The only truth we really know is that the jewelry is gone. But why it happened, there have been a lot of different stories.
You just don't take your mother's wonderful things and hand it out.
And they emailed that note to J.P. Morgan to seize all activity on her account.
And it ended up setting off a firestorm after that. As soon as they got this email that there was a cease and desist and that she wanted to send her money and change brokerage firms, they were actually vacationing one floor below downstairs. They're there right now.
The next day, Beverly's in her place. The granddaughter's still in her place visiting. Dawn is there, and up comes Bobby kind of barging through the door. And he's screaming about what was sent to the J.P. Morgan. They're now investigating them. And he's furious, takes his mother and sort of puts her into a chair, gets pen and paper, and she says physically forced her to write a retraction letter.
They were pushing me around.
It was a scary time. I was really afraid, too.
I had to take her to the doctor, and she did an x-ray because she was in so much pain.
The locks had to be changed. The phone number had to be changed. I really thought we were going to have to hire guards to be outside just for protection.
Oh, it was terrible.
Horrible scene.
Beverly brought her case before the Financial Industry Regulatory Authorities, usually known as FINRA. It took several months of hearings. She sees all sorts of transactions that's going on, hundreds of them that she claims that she never knew about, never authorized, but yet were logged in J.P. Morgan's files as having been direct requests from her. That included the sale of a large amount of Apple stock worth several $1 million, as well as all her stock in Big Lots. Over the course of their time with J.P. Morgan, Evan and Avi were making all sorts of trading on her account that was generating millions of dollars in commissions for themselves and the bank, yet she was not sort of getting any of the type of gains that you would expect sort of an $80 million account in a bullish market to be able to get. They issued a ruling entirely in her favor, finding that her grandsons, as well as J.P. Morgan, they were liable for violating their fiduciary duty, misrepresenting themselves, and they also found that the bank and her grandson, Evan, were liable for elder abuse. Evan and Avi, they were fired from J.P. Morgan. They issued an award of about $19 million. I reached out for comment, and J.P. Morgan emphasized that Evan and Avi were no longer with the firm and that their actions do not represent the sort of values of the bank. I reached out to Evan and Avi, heard back from their lawyer saying that, they disagree with the law and the facts that FINRA kind of used to decide the case against them and are seeing if they can have it withdrawn. Her son, Bobby, wrote her a letter, said his sons weren't criminals, and he also admits to taking her jewelry. And he says he needed it to pay off some bad business debts he had.
They never once came up to say, I'm sorry.
If there had been an apology and some acceptance, and asking for forgiveness. From my grandmother, I don't think we'd be in the position that we are now.
Since the piece came out, we've received dozens of messages from people, many of whom are telling their own sort of personal tales of, kind of financial advisors gone bad, or family members who got control of an estate and abused, those within. It seems that it's really resonated with a lot of people. I keep, hearing a lot of feedback about Beverly and how, a lot of people feel she did the right thing.
You're never too old to stand up for yourself and try to right an injustice. She was adamant that she wanted to stand up for herself, but at the end of the day, they did wrong.
It's a painful life lesson. Beverly taught them that you don't mess with grandma.
On April 20th, oil markets did something they never had before, and they crashed, went into negative territory and closed the day at minus $40. Meanwhile, in a place called Thaden Boyce in Essex, a group of 9 traders, led by a guy called Cuddles, made $660 million over the course of a couple of hours.
The price of oil has collapsed to a record low.
We've never really seen anything like it. WTI this morning down more than 35%.
People maybe wouldn't have been so surprised if the oil price had fallen to zero, but the oil price went to minus 38. It went far lower than anyone had expected. And so lots of people in the market were saying, well, hang on, something else is going on here.
A couple of months later, I started to get wind through a kind of network of sources that a tiny firm in the outskirts of London had made a huge amount of money that day and potentially had some part to play in what happened.
The information we got was that 9 traders at Vega Capital London had made in the region of $660 million in one day. As a group, I think they made as much money in one day as Apple makes from its international sales in one day. I mean, it's an insane sum of money.
Did they pull off a fantastic trade? Did they predict the way the market was moving and get it absolutely right? Or was there something else going on, and had they actually done something that breached market rules in a bid to sort of push the market? And that investigation is ongoing. So Paul Commins is a trader who cut his teeth in the pits in the 80s and 90s. When everyone had a nickname, his was Cuddles. If you can imagine, that was a very sort of cutthroat type of world where people are doing, hundreds of thousands and millions of dollar trades by shouting at each other, giving hand signals, and then sort of scrawling on scraps of paper.
The culture of the trading pits in London was very influenced by the working class guys who became traders there. They weren't like the city bankers that had gone before them. They weren't usually Oxford or Cambridge. They didn't wear Savile Row suits. They were ordinary working guys who happened to have a talent for trading. And a lot of them came from Essex.
I think it was 400 traders in the pits, and Cuddles in his oil and gas pit was described to us as amongst the top 3. Amongst that, was very successful and made very large amounts of money as a young man. But inevitably, mechanization and the arrival of electronic markets was the kind of death knell for the pits. And in 2005, the IPE closed down.
And when the pits shut down, a lot of the traders who worked there lost their jobs or quit or went to work for financial institutions. But Paul Commins decided to start his own trading collective out in Essex.
Some of them are ex-pit guys, cut from the same cloth as him. Lots of them are actually sort of in their 20s, and they're his, drinking buddy's son, or they're his own kids' friends from football. They're young lads, hungry and ambitious, and he brings them into the fold. And fairly shortly, he's got, maybe a dozen or so traders that they're independent, let's be clear, but they're all part of this collective.
Yeah, I'll let Liam deal with Essex.
I am from Essex, so I feel like I'm free to, to get into this.
Sweet, as they say.
If you were to ask someone in Britain how they would imagine a kind of Essex person, they would see someone who's maybe slightly flamboyant, with a sort of Cockney accent, a sort of Guy Ritchie-style accent. Not afraid to splash the cash, but it's probably pretty bright and has done well for themselves.
Don't even make sense, does it?
But, these guys, they drove around very nice Rolls Royces and Bentleys. They went to places like Marbella on holiday.
Thaden Boyce is a very wealthy place. You have to have considerable income to be able to afford to live in that village. It's a really nice place to live, and it's 20 minutes tube ride away from the city.
Earlier in the summer, we have this lead, which is that there's this tiny firm called Vega Capital London, and they were the biggest winners from the biggest oil crash in history. Anyone that covers markets is going to be surprised about that. You're thinking your BPs of the world or your Glencores, but it's this tiny firm.
And one of the big challenges that we had was actually finding out who worked with Vega Capital. It wasn't immediately obvious, and at first we had absolutely no idea. If you go to the Vega Capital website, it says it's under construction. If you do basic online searching, it's very difficult to find anyone who's publicly connected to the company.
So inevitably, we're incredibly curious at this point. Like, who the hell are these people?
The more reporting we did, the more it became clear that this group were connected socially as well as professionally. They went to weddings together, they played golf together, they would go on holiday together. We found out that a number of them were members of the West Ham Supporters Club in London. A few of them started companies together, so you could see all the connections between them and start to see a distinct group emerging.
And it really just was this kind of shock that, this wasn't just like a hedge fund or a firm you'd never heard of. This was actually a group of buddies who all had the same experience on this day and had all made a huge amount of money. So if you're an oil trader, there's a number of different ways you can trade, and probably the most popular is WTI futures contracts.
And it's basically a contract that says, I'm going to buy 1,000 barrels of oil from you at this point in the future, or I'm going to sell 1,000 barrels of oil to you at this point in the future.
It's actually just a financial contract to gamble on to predict whether oil is going to go up or down.
On the 20th of April in Essex, there had been signals for a while that this was going to be an exceptional day in oil markets. And we know that some of them arose early and started their trading in the early hours of the morning while it was still dark outside.
Essentially what they were doing is buying contracts that gave them an obligation to buy oil at whatever the price ended up at 2:30 p.m. So they're basically placing a bet that oil was going to fall throughout the day.
But they're simultaneously selling lots of oil as well. And that whether they make a profit and how much profit they make is the difference between what they buy the oil for and what they sell the oil for. Now, of course, we now know throughout April 20th, the price dropped and dropped.
So this is going very well for them. They are committed to selling oil at these prices, and the prices are continuing to fall, which means they're going to be able to offset it and buy oil at cheaper. Of buyers and sellers, as desperation increases in the market and trading volumes go up. Now at 2:08 p.m. exactly, something bizarre and unprecedented happened, which is that oil passes into negative territory.
And it fell to a record level of minus $38.
We've never seen anything like it, period, in terms of the contraction of the global economy.
That huge gulf between what they were buying the oil for and what they were selling it for enabled them to make more money than they ever thought possible.
So their profit was the difference between minus 37, and all of these positive numbers on every contract they sold.
The price of crude briefly hit minus $37 a barrel. For one group of traders operating from a small office, it was a very, very profitable day.
It's important to remember this had never happened before in the history of oil trading. No one could have predicted it.
I can't think of another example of where you enter a trade and you get paid on both sides. You get paid both to sell and to buy. It's unthinkable.
One thing we know about the Cuddles Trading Arcade is that they were very comfortable taking large risks. And, you have to be clear, this was a large risk.
Yeah, we spoke to oil traders, both people that know these guys and people that don't, and they all say that this is, incredibly risky.
And that's actually what stops a lot of oil traders doing trading like this. They simply aren't willing to stomach the risk. But Cuddles and his friends were.
So when the kind of final calculations came down, the group of the 9 most profitable traders made $660 million or thereabouts between them. I mean, if you can imagine, I think 3 or 4 of them made in excess of 100 million each.
One of the astonishing things about this trade is that 2 of the individuals who made more than $100 million in a single day were in their 20s. One of them was 22 years old. Only a few years earlier, he'd been posting on his social media about doing teenage stuff with his mates in town and going to see girls and rap music. And here he is a few years later making $100 million in a single day's trading. When me and Liam discovered that, we couldn't believe it. We couldn't believe what we were seeing. Oil trading is a zero-sum game. Anytime you're making money as an oil trader, someone else is losing it.
Amongst the biggest losers were the investors in this Chinese fund, Crude Oil Treasure Fund. There were thousands of them, and they lost everything.
Lots of people had put their savings into oil funds. They lost money that day. Big banks and brokers who sort of stand in the middle of trading parties, they lost money that day.
And another interesting thing is that oil-producing countries like Kuwait or Canada, they sell oil as an average of the WTI closing price over the preceding month. So the fact that one of those numbers in that average was minus 37 meant, if you can imagine, countries like Saudi Arabia and Kuwait potentially lost a couple of dollars on every single barrel of oil they sold that month.
Vega Capital's traders made such an extraordinary sum of money that it was inevitable there would be some scrutiny of what they did. But it wasn't just the sums of money they made. In the vital half an hour before the settlement price was set, they were by far the biggest sellers of oil futures in the market, which is an incredible thing to think about when you consider that the other participants in that oil market are going to be the world's biggest banks, oil majors, BP and Shell, and here you have a group of 9 guys in Essex who are having this significant influence over a global market for oil.
I mean, I think you have to assume that if these guys had made $7 million or $10 million, they probably would be celebrating in Essex right now. But the fact that they made closer to $700 million has meant that they are facing understandable scrutiny.
We wrote individually to all the Vega traders who did exceptionally well that day, and we got a letter in response from a law firm representing the group. The law firm was at pains to point out, number one, that they haven't been accused of any wrongdoing, that they all traded independently and separately, and they'd basically all made up their own minds that this was what was going to happen in oil markets based on publicly available knowledge, and decided to execute this trade.
What I love about these stories is there's a real variance of opinion, and some people will look at what happened and think that must be dodgy. They all traded at the end of the day. They all made a huge amount of money while all these people lost. That's shocking. But lots of people say these guys are at acute disadvantage. They're in a market that's inhabited by, huge technology-driven funds and firms and oil giants that have got all the advantages in the world, and when you get a bunch of Essex geezers who essentially beat the market and find a way to make a huge amount of money, they should get a pat on the back, really, because that's the dream. Since this happened, a lot of the guys have stopped trading the monthly settlements that they'd done so well at in the past. Several of them have set up new companies. They've essentially gone very quiet. Any kind of social media presence they had has kind of closed down. By all accounts, they're, waiting this out.
It's certainly too early to try and predict how the regulatory investigations are going to pan out. We just don't know. There's a number of potential outcomes for these guys. Potential punishments if there are any findings of manipulation against Vega or anyone affiliated with it might be you could be fined, you could be banned from trading, and in the most extreme cases there have even been criminal prosecutions in the past of people who have been found to have been manipulating the settlement and misconduct related to trade at settlement. There are other outcomes too. One obvious one is going to be that they're able to walk away from this life-changing trade with all the money that they made and celebrated as heroes in the trading community. That they'll go down as legends.
It's very important, given the nature of the climate crisis right now, for the general public to have an understanding of what progress is or is not actually happening. And I think many readers right now, they'll see these hundreds and hundreds of companies making these big, bold climate claims. And they would be forgiven to think that we're well on our way to meeting the emission reduction trajectory we need to be on. And the reality of the matter is we're just not on that trajectory. And a key reason for this sort of disconnect is the use of offsets that aren't doing what they claim to be doing.
We have a massive potential for sort of willful blindness. We can convince ourselves of things regardless of what the facts are. And so that's what tends to happen in these cases. It's not that anybody is setting out to commit climate fraud. They sort of walk themselves into a situation and they convince themselves of one thing, and that allows them to convince themselves of another thing. But at the end of the day, they're doing something that makes no sense at all.
My name is Ben Elgin. I wrote the story about how the billion-dollar market for carbon offsets is setting back the fight against climate change. So one of the challenges in reporting on carbon offsets and trying to figure out what's going on is really finding good experts who have been steeped in this marketplace and are willing to candidly talk about it. One of the best people for this is a fellow named Mark Trexler, and I've been talking to him for more than a decade.
My name is Mark Trexler. I've worked in climate change for the last 30 years. I was actually hired by the World Resources Institute in Washington to work on the first carbon offset project in 1988. In terms of defining a carbon offset, one of the beauties, so to speak, of greenhouse gases, sort of the silver lining of greenhouse gases, when you put up a molecule of CO2 into the atmosphere, it can be anywhere in the planet in 7 days. And therefore, if there's an option to reduce emissions on the other side of the planet, and you can do that very cheaply as compared to doing it in your factory, for example, then why not pay that person, that factory on the other side of the planet to reduce their emissions? Then you are, in a sense, offsetting your emissions, and the atmosphere doesn't really see your emissions anymore.
So carbon offsets have been around for quite some time, and they were actually key with these international climate agreements, such as the Kyoto Protocol, which mandated the wealthiest countries reduce their greenhouse gas emissions.
The treaty was signed on the 11th of December, 1997.
Decided. The business community in general saw carbon offsets as a huge opportunity to comply with whatever policies and measures might be coming down the pike on climate change much more cost effectively.
We've seen a huge surge in companies making big proclamations about how they're going carbon neutral or zeroing out all of their carbon emissions.
We're going to reduce our carbon footprint to net zero.
Unilever is committing to net zero emissions.
We can achieve a net zero emissions world.
We began looking at these corporate claims of dramatically reduced emissions, and we noticed so many of these companies were using carbon offsets to achieve these aims. And as we began to look at the carbon offset projects themselves, what we found is that the environmental benefits claimed by these companies are not actually what they seem to be. And as we sort of saw and spotted a number of these very aggressive carbon offset projects, which appeared to be generating inflated credits or bogus credits, we saw a number of them were associated with the Nature Conservancy. This surprised us. The Nature Conservancy is the world's biggest environmental group. They have about $1 billion a year in revenues, and they've been around for 7 decades. They've preserved about 125 million acres of land, and they've done so many good works over the years, and they've been very strong in terms of working with corporate partners. The Nature Conservancy has taken a different approach, a very pragmatic and pro-business approach. They will not go out and criticize a big polluter, but they're very happy to work with them. Some might say that, well, that's selling out, but others would say, and those at the Nature Conservancy would say, these companies have deep pockets. They can help fund important preservation work, and we have absolutely no problem working with them on this stuff. So companies are very warm, and they've partnered with the Nature Conservancy for many years. And yeah, it definitely lends a sheen of credibility to these projects.
Here's 20 new reasons to visit Disney World this year. 1, 2, 3.
If you look at, for instance, Disney, that's a sprawling company with theme parks and cruise lines that burn up diesel fuel. They have office buildings and television studios that consume electricity. So these companies are trying to make major reductions in their carbon footprints, but it's very difficult to change these fundamental ways their businesses operate. So Disney has been a big buyer of carbon offsets that are orchestrated by the Nature Conservancy. One of the projects that they buy from is called Pennsylvania Ridges. And that's a plot of land. Most of the land is actually about a 3-hour drive outside of Philadelphia. Interestingly, this land, 3,000 of these acres, was actually acquired by the Nature Conservancy in the late 1990s. This land was imminently threatened. There was a pending logging contract on this land. So they do what they've done so well for all of these years, which is they go out, they raise money from local philanthropists, and they go buy this land to protect it from developers and loggers. And at the time, according to an archived version of the Nature Conservancy's website, when they were proudly announcing this deal, they said, these threats have been abated because of this acquisition by the Nature Conservancy. So it's really interesting now, fast forward 2 decades to earlier this year when they put forward this carbon project. And if you look through it, this land is a key part of that carbon project. And what they're now saying is this land is now, once again, imminently threatened. 72% of the trees are going to be cut within 5 years. Now, this is just astounding because this land is owned by the Nature Conservancy. They do not clear-cut land that they've bought through philanthropic donations. So this scenario that they've put forward to get carbon revenues is not really plausible. And what that means is when you have Disney coming in and buying these credits, when it eventually lowers its carbon footprint because of these credits, well, that won't be a credible or truthful claim by Disney. So this is an organization that truly understands the threat of the issue of climate change and is wanting to do its part to address this. However, in this situation, it just appears their drive, which they've had for decades, to increase the amount of revenues that it can use for land preservation work, Nature Conservancy and many others see that the carbon credits as a pot of money that they can tap into to further their own benevolent aims. But unfortunately, what this has resulted in is claims of climate progress that just aren't really happening. So the Nature Conservancy defends vigorously these deals, and they and others will say, look, our projects are just following the rules that these registries set up. So some would also put some of the blame on the registries themselves because they're setting up the rules which allow these vapid projects to get up and sold. So we've reached out to all of the companies we mentioned in this story, including Disney. They didn't want to be interviewed for this story, but they all told us that, look, we have to rely on the experts out there, and those experts, they say, are these carbon registries that have been set up. Most of these Nature Conservancy deals are set up and sold on this exchange. It's called the American Carbon Registry. Now, it's the oldest of these registries that allow voluntary carbon credits to be sold. They've been around since 1996. What these offset registries do is they set up rules, and any carbon offset project has to follow those rules. But there's this tension that's always there. If the rules are too strict, then it's going to be very hard for carbon offset projects to get up and running. So there's this balance going on where the registries want rules that attract projects, but they don't want it to be so strict where it will disincentivize projects from getting listed.
One of the challenges with designing carbon offset systems is that there are normally two people at the table. You have buyers and you have sellers. And to some extent, you have policymakers, but you know, the buyers and the sellers are really the ones with the expertise, with the incentive to really participate hard, make a lot of things happen. And the challenge there is that both of them sort of want the same thing, or they're both happy with the same thing. They're happy with low-cost offsets and a lot of them, because that works for their business model. You end up, though, with nobody really representing the atmosphere, so to speak. Nobody's really representing the climate in those discussions. And so the policies end up biasing the whole system. And you end up in sort of a race to the bottom. And that's what we've seen happen. You know, when it comes specifically to the topic of carbon offsets, you know, I am a fan of carbon offsets in the sense that they can help mitigate climate change. They absolutely can. But, you know, if we're not going to do it correctly in a way that actually does help mitigate climate change, then it's nothing but a distraction. And, you know, after 30 years, you have to start wondering, is it really just a distraction? And that's really unfortunate, but that's where we are. Ultimately, what needs to happen is systemic change. You know, we're sort of nibbling around the edges with some of these different things. We need to change how we produce energy. We need to change how we transport ourselves. We need to change what and how we eat. You know, we need systemic change associated with transitioning to a low carbon economy. A lot of what we're doing today is not promoting systemic change. It's sort of trying to stick your thumb in the dike to preserve the current system. And at the end of the day, that can't really work.
the Hyperloop. There's a good chance you've heard the name by now.
This is the Hyperloop system. It can take people hundreds of miles in minutes.
The Hyperloop, a series of tubes that would transport people in pods at ultra-high speeds over long distances.
It's a remarkable new form of transportation that can whisk people from city to city in a flash.
29 minutes from New York to D.C., 30 minutes from L.A. to San Francisco.
For years, we've been seeing these futuristic, utopian renderings of some cross between a spaceship and a monorail. But lately, the Hyperloop is becoming much more real.
Yes. It was surreal to be even sitting inside a Hyperloop, and just even more incredible to actually be like riding down a track in something that was nothing more than a crazy idea 6 years before.
Companies all around the world have been developing and testing the technology needed to propel passengers at speeds of over 1,000 kilometers per hour. But for many, speed is only the first step to unlocking the full transformational effects of a new mode of transportation.
Fast is what we just sort of take for granted in the Hyperloop world. It's the network effects that really deliver the benefit. And that opens up a completely different scale of economic opportunity.
We've got planes, trains, automobiles, and boats for getting around Earth. But what if there was a fifth mode? And I have a name for it, which is called the Hyperloop.
The Hyperloop?
Hyperloop, yeah.
In 2013, while riding high on the growing success of Tesla and SpaceX, entrepreneur Elon Musk released a white paper outlining the basic framework of the technology he called Hyperloop. The basic idea goes a little something like this. A tube reduces the air pressure to a near vacuum-like environment. A Hyperloop pod is then suspended in the tube, usually by magnetic levitation. The whole pod can then be propelled forward. Because there's no traditional friction sources like air resistance or rolling friction that would push back against the pod, the Hyperloop is able to move at incredibly high speeds and do so fairly efficiently. Despite its futuristic name, however, the general concept behind Hyperloop is actually pretty old. In fact, New York City's first attempt at an underground public transit system in the 1870s was based on a similar principle. The pneumatic transit system was short-lived, however, only stretching one block and topping out at a rather leisurely 10 miles per hour. While Elon would make some 21st century improvements to this concept and bestow a very 21st century name, he wouldn't end up pursuing the technology itself, instead electing to focus his efforts on something a little bit deeper, literally digging the requisite tunnels via his boring company. It would take another billionaire industrialist who dabbles in spaceflight. No, wait, not that one. Yeah, that's the one. After Richard Branson would make a large investment in the company Hyperloop One, it would be renamed to Virgin Hyperloop.
What we've always been trying to do as a company is show that this technology could work, that it could be made safe, and that ultimately it's something that's happening in the next couple of years, not the next 20 years.
Josh Geigel is the co-founder and CEO of Virgin Hyperloop. In a familiar tech startup story, he's seen the project go from a garage to a large-scale testing facility outside of Las Vegas.
So we started building the first kind of Hyperloop system in 2016. We've done a lot of work, about 500 tests that we've done on that over the last 5 years. And what we realized that we need to do is take that technology, show that it can be commercial, so drive the cost down, improve the efficiency, improve the performance. But the key thing is actually making it approachable and safe for individuals.
In order to do that, Josh, along with Virgin's head of passenger experience, Sarah Lucian, bravely volunteered to take the inaugural ride.
What her and I were realizing is we're the first two people sitting in a Hyperloop. The only type of people that have gone through this environment are in spacesuits, and there we are in just normal clothes because of the system, the safety of what we've designed.
3, 2, 1, launch.
And then once we started going, you felt a bit of acceleration. We accelerated a little bit harder than we would in commercial. It'd be like a sports car. Yes. We got to about 108 miles an hour on that test. And it's a short run. It's about 500 yards or so. And came to a stop.
The test, lasting only about 20 seconds and covering only a quarter of a mile at just over 100 miles per hour, is a long way away from a true functioning Hyperloop. But as for optics, it's a crucial step for the future of funding.
The number one question we got from investors or from project proponents or just people in general was like, is a Hyperloop safe? And what better way to show something is safe than by actually getting people on it?
But convincing investors and governments that would likely be fronting some of the construction costs for an unproven technology is no easy task. First and foremost is the question of safety.
Most people don't know how an airplane works, but yet they get on an airplane. They get on an airplane because, it's faster than driving, and most importantly, they've probably gotten off of one before, they've seen someone get off of one before. And so what we set out to do was actually show that Hyperloop could be safe with two normal people, not astronauts, not adrenaline junkies or test pilots or anything like that. Two normal people getting on a Hyperloop, and then most importantly, those two people getting off.
But beyond safety concerns, constructing Hyperloops will undoubtedly require a significant capital investment to the estimated tune of around $60 million per kilometer of track. So a track from San Francisco to Los Angeles, for example, is likely to come with a price tag over $10 billion. And before large governments are willing to come in and front those costs, investors who are funding Hyperloop development must accept it as a long-term mixture of technology and infrastructure investing.
Investors that are used to short returns because you're developing apps or something to that effect, those aren't the investors that really get excited about Hyperloop. What you start to see is the people that are looking at platform technologies, right? So this idea that because the smartphone existed, Uber could exist, right? So who are like the Vanderbilts of this century? And that's the part where you're going to get a lot more no's than yeses. But those people that have the ability, the fortitude to stick it out, to see the game-changing platform here, those are the people that we're looking for. And since we've done that passenger test, there has been a lot of interest that's really, this is a lot sooner than I thought.
Envisioning the ripple effects of what Hyperloop could achieve, though, is fairly challenging at this stage of development. It's fast, yes, but for point-to-point travel, traditional maglev trains can move pretty fast as well. And outside of China, South Korea, and Japan, even those haven't seen much adoption elsewhere due to the high costs and questionable profitability. The Shanghai line in China, for example, loses around $100 million every year. Hyperloop companies, however, believe they can offer something different than traditional railway lines.
My name's Alan James, and as far as I know, I'm the only guy on the planet who's written a government-level business case for 300 kmh conventional high-speed rail, 500 kmh maglev, and 1,000 kmh Hyperloop. It's fundamentally about moving people from where they are to where they want to go, when they want to make those journeys, and doing it in much smaller numbers. So pod designs for Hyperloop range from 12 to 28 seats, typically. Why are they small? It's because small enables the network to operate flexibly. And a great example of that is the east-west strategic route across the north of England, from Liverpool to Manchester to Leeds. So to get from Liverpool via Manchester to Leeds by train is just short of 2 hours today. It'll probably take you 2 hours driving as well in average traffic conditions. Net result is those three city regions remain three separate entities: Liverpool, Manchester, Leeds. There's very little commuting traffic between those urban areas. Hyperloop absolutely changes that from the ground up. Liverpool to Manchester is a 5 or 6 minute journey. Manchester to Leeds is also a 5 or 6 minute journey. What that effectively does is create a single supercity economy.
In this vision, the Hyperloop acts a little more like a highway, where pods have fixed destinations and don't need to stop along the way. Meaning you can travel on a Hyperloop network from, say, Liverpool to Leeds, while the pod behind you travels from Liverpool to Manchester. And if that metro Hyperloop network is connected to other networks from the same location, you could travel from Liverpool to Paris or Liverpool to Amsterdam, all without making a single stop.
For passengers, for business, for leisure, that is utterly transformational. For high-value freight and logistics, it's equally transformational. But critically, if you do a Hyperloop network at scale, you begin to deliver massively significant carbon savings too.
A multi-regional Hyperloop network could become a replacement for both short-haul passenger and cargo flights and traditional ground transportation, both of which are significant carbon producers.
One Hyperloop-connected distribution hub, perhaps at an airport that is predominantly used for international air freight, replacing maybe 10, 12, 15 distributed road hubs. It takes a lot of polluting and inefficient truck haulage off the roads. That itself means roads gain extra capacity.
Hyperloops will still need to use electricity to both move pods and maintain the near-vacuum environment in the tube. Proponents of the technology believe that this can be done by using renewable sources, including a combination of solar panels and battery technology that could be used along the Hyperloop itself. But even with all multipliers of time and carbon emission savings that a Hyperloop network may provide, the investment capital required to actually build such a network becomes even more economically and politically daunting.
Committing doesn't mean spending billions on day one. Committing means, how do we phase it?
One company in the Netherlands is working to develop that technology, and perhaps more importantly, the international coalition needed to make the Hyperloop network a reality.
So we are here in Europe's first full-scale Hyperloop test facility, where we can already prove every conceptual technology of the Hyperloop.
This is Tim Houter, a co-founder and CEO of Hart Hyperloop, headquartered in the city of Delft. And while this testing tube might not seem as large as others, inside is a key technology to create the on- and off-ramp type infrastructure of a Hyperloop network. That is, a lane switch.
That's something we can already test here. You can actually see it here, that the track is diverging from one track into two. That makes it possible to eventually split up the Hyperloop track in two sections. And in that sense, you can create a complete Hyperloop network that in the end will make it possible to travel, for example, over a whole continent. Take Europe, for example, with the same ease as you can now travel with a metro in a city.
The nice thing about this magnetic levitation system that we've developed is that there's absolutely zero moving components in the track. So for example, if you have to do a lane switch, all you do is that the tube basically splits up, and statically the tracks also split up. And whenever the vehicle enters a switch, it either pulls itself to the right with its magnets, or it pulls itself to the left with its magnets.
Lane switching on traditional rail requires the physical movement of the rail. Even modern magnetic levitation tracks use lane switching techniques in order to transfer trains from one track to another.
And this is a very crucial element, because this is the thing that limits the capacity and, in the end, the usefulness of the rail network. Because the moment that a track is switching, that means that at that moment you are creating an unsafe environment for the trains behind it. So you need a lot of space between trains. But in a Hyperloop, because you have no moving components in the track, all the vehicles can be much closer to each other. You can achieve a very high frequency and basically have your vehicles moving and merging in and out of the network very much like a highway.
For now, though, Hart's physical testing has been limited by the size of their tube. Because the test track is only 30 meters long, they haven't tested this lane switch at speeds greater than 20 kilometers per hour. However, the company is working to build a new test site where it plans to increase that testing speed to 300 kilometers per hour.
We're now in a phase where we have proven most of the most important technologies in the test facilities that we already have. And we have also demonstrated the viability and the feasibility of a network. If you look at all the subsystems that it consists of, most of those are proven systems, already demonstrated in lab conditions. So we don't really believe that the technology itself is going to be the biggest challenge.
Because for all Hyperloop companies out there, actually building a Hyperloop system requires more than just a good product.
We're talking about the safety aspects, we're talking about integration into the environment, we're talking about the social aspects. Do people feel comfortable traveling in such a system? So it's about all these different aspects, and the complexity is really getting all the different stakeholders that are relevant and that do need to contribute to bring this to market, to get them all following the same roadmap.
In order to help build this coalition of private and public interest in Hyperloop development, HART in 2018 partnered with other Hyperloop companies from Europe and Canada. The goal was to define, establish, and standardize the framework to regulate Hyperloop systems.
Right now we are working with all the Hyperloop developers together in setting up the first, let's say, structure for starting the standards drafting.
One of the most important goals for HART is interoperability, which is essentially making sure that different systems can communicate with each other.
Interoperability is so important because what we want to achieve is actually have this seamless travel experience. So you don't want to end up, for example, going from Madrid to Paris and then switching because you need to use a different technology to get, for example, to Amsterdam.
The idea being that as companies around Europe create the first commercial Hyperloop tracks between individual cities, one day those can all be connected to a larger network.
Everyone that believes that Hyperloop is a future transport system also realizes that there is a need to have this network because that's where Hyperloop thrives.
Hyperloop is such a huge project. It's definitely not something that you can do on your own or as a single company. So you need to do it with a lot of other companies. You need to have the governments. I think in that sense, the biggest challenge that we've encountered is to really get all the required parties together to take the steps in development and in commercial implementation.
The idea that there's multiple Hyperloop companies, I think, is a redeeming aspect in the business. People really want to see something happen, so having multiple people move forward is good for that.
I was struck when Josh and Sarah rode the pod. 2 or 3 of the major outlets used the phrase, "We now have a new mode of transport." And although all of that technology had existed before those 2 human beings rode it, it was the moment at which those 2 human beings traveled that short distance down the tube that in popular imagination, Hyperloop became a mode of transport.
The metaphor I use with my team is that, the Wright brothers were first, but none of us fly on Wright Brothers Airlines anymore. If you don't continue to innovate, you're not going to be around, and so we'll continue to be at the forefront of building Hyperloop.
Back in 2013, Elon had an idea. I think the difference now in 2021 is some brilliant engineers have spent real time grinding out the details. And I thoroughly expect the next 3 to 5 years to be decisive.
Fascinating entrepreneurs, because you also started really young. What did you learn? Did you always think that you'd be an entrepreneur?
Probably, yes. I think, which is a bit sad,
From
isn't it?
age, what, 5,
Well,
6?
maybe, I'm not sure. I come from a family of entrepreneurs, so even though I probably can spell the word and still can't occasionally, it's sort of in my blood. But it's really fun starting a business. And fun growing a business. I feel it's a real privilege. And I started my business officially at 18, but I think I knew I wanted to do it very differently from about 15. But I'm sure it's, if you're surrounded by it, it feels very natural. So yes, it's fun.
And it started how? You started by you went to Florence. It was in Italy, and you started handbags.
Yeah, so I knew I was actually given a handbag by my mother when I was about 16, one of her old handbags, and I remember how it made me feel. And I think fashion is fascinating for the mood-changing, the confidence-boosting aspects, of the sort of tribal aspects of what fashion does. And so I went at 18 to Florence, knowing that was the home of leather goods, which is what interested me. I just wanted to learn, actually, and be surrounded by craftsmen who, making things is important, and that's going to be very interesting, I think, over the next sort of 10 years. I think the onshoring of craft and manufacturing is going to be fascinating, actually. I watched the offshoring. I literally saw it, and I think we're going to be seeing that coming back to local. We have to. When we're all looking at our objectives in terms of carbon, proximity is going to be key.
When U.S. jobs numbers are released, Bloomberg brings you crucial data at terminal speed and instant expert analysis. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
It is Fed Day, a statement, a press conference. Will we skip or will we pause? The Fed decides. It starts right now.
The This is a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrell, and Lisa Abramowitz. Bloomberg Surveillance. The Fed decides.
Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon as well. Morning in Asia, maybe, and here it is an afternoon. The Fed will decide. We're on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television. Lisa Abramowitz and Tom Keene. Mr. Farrow is on assignment. Did you look at the islands of Italy that get you to his assignment?
His assignment is holiday because he's not an American who always is, at work.
Would you and I have done this?
Summary.
No, we wouldn't have. We would have fallen on the Fed decides sword to do this. Mr. Farrow's on holiday. It'll be a 3-island tour of 3 weeks duration.
well deserved.
Well, it is well deserved.
And we hope he has a great time. But this is actually going to be a really interesting meeting. I know you might disagree, but I personally think that this one sets up the trajectory of whether the Fed is done or whether we could start talking about significantly higher rates again now that the banking crisis appears to have waned.
Great list of guests today. You're going to stay with us for Randall Krosner here in moments. And the first question to Professor Krosner has to be what you brought up this morning, which is this idea, is it time to dissent? Is it time to be more like the Bank of England?
Is it time for people to say either one way or another that this is a Fed that should be either cutting or should be raising rates? The pause right now is we don't know, let's get more data. Well, what is going to really sway either way, tip the balance? And that's really what I want to hear from some of the Fed officials that we hear.
Let's look at the markets right now. They've been interesting through the day. We could dive into this and really go deep on the markets. We're not going to do that right now. Dow down, that's all United Healthcare, UNH, and a very oddity of the morning is the 30 stocks of the Dow are hammered by one stock. Standard & Poor's 500 giving us a nice 6 points as well on a percentage basis. That matters, fractional. But the NASDAQ 100 continues the bid up 0.3% on the NASDAQ 100. And I think that's germane. That's really something to watch here as we go through the ballet of the statement, the conference as well. I'm going to mention Bitcoin because Farrell's not here, up 26,000 on Bitcoin. The yield space, Lisa, and this moved off PPI and has stayed PPI-like with a move in 3 basis points on the 2-year, 4.64%. What else did you observe in the bond market?
Well, the fact that 2-year yields are lower on the day after PPI, yes, but it's also as people are anticipating this Fed pause. To me, this is interesting, especially given the fact that to Bruce Kasman's point, you could potentially reignite risk assets in a way that the Fed would not necessarily want.
And the Christian Malik shop at J.P. Morgan, what did they do today? They lowered from $90 to $81 a barrel, and that's a statistic I'm not sure we're going to hear about in the press conference, but I got a West Texas Intermediate 69.17 south in the last hour. This is a big deal. Maybe it's an unmentionable for the Fed because oil's so volatile, a gallon of gas is there, but boy, does that feel good.
There's an uncertainty about whether this is because inventories are building due to lack of demand, lack of dynamism, or whether this is something that is idiosyncratic and sort of one of the potential ramifications of easy money policies ending. Coming up, just to give you a sense of some of the guests that we have on deck, former Fed Governor Randy Krosner is set to join us here in just moments. Deutsche Bank's Matt Lazzetti among the crew, and Julia Coronado of Macro Policy Perspectives. They'll be taking us up to the Fed rate decision at 2 p.m. Then immediate reaction from KPMG's Diane Swank, Bank of America's Michael Gabin, whose birthday is today. Happy birthday, Michael Gabin. And PGIM's Michael Collins. And finally, breaking down that conference that will be the most important thing potentially to watch, BlackRock's Jeffrey Rosenberg and Morgan Stanley's Seth Carpenter, a really incredible list of people to parse through the hawkish pause, the hawkish skip, the jump, the hop, whatever we're going to call it.
Yeah, Rachel emails in from Indiana and says, who's the travel agent for John Farrow? We hope to have them on tomorrow on Bloomberg Surveillance about a 3-island tour in Italy. We will get to that at the time. He's been an uncommon value to us. To have Richard Clarida and Randy Krosner with us to give Fed perspective as a gift. Randall Krosner is from Chicago, where macroeconomics is to study more microeconomics, and we're thrilled he could join us from the Booth School today. Let me go to the supply-demand conundrum of the Fed right now, Professor Krosner, which is we want to have a study of demand macroeconomics, but we're still greatly affected by the pandemic. How much does the pandemic affect the dialogue on this June 14th?
Oh, the long effects of the health crisis are still with us. They're affecting the labor markets. That's why we're seeing one of the reasons why we're seeing such tightness in the labor markets, because many people haven't come back in. Labor force participation, particularly among older workers, the more experienced workers, is much lower than it was before. People want to work from home. So the labor market dynamics are very different and really very much affected by COVID.
It's a dual mandate. We know that they care about inflation. That's been widely understood. Have they given up, worried about the labor part of the mandate just because we're stuck below 4% unemployment?
Well, we'll see if we're stuck below 4% unemployment. That's kind of the big debate on whether it's going to move up significantly or not, and whether it'll just move up a little bit like the Fed wants, maybe to the low fours, or once it gets going, does it continue up? So I think the Fed, I think Jay Powell has made it really clear that right now the priority is inflation, and if that means a slowing labor market, so be it, because the priority is bringing inflation down, because we don't want to get into late 70s, early 80s situation where last time inflation had been this high, interest rates were double-digit levels.
Randy, do you think that it's sending the message that their priority is inflation if they do not hike at a time when core inflation, at least if you look at CPI, is still running about 5% year over year?
Sure. I mean, we saw the CPI numbers come out. The headline came down quite a bit, but the Fed will be focusing much more on core, in particular on core personal consumption expenditure index, which is a little bit lower than the CPI because of a different weighting for housing and a few other things in the index. But it's at the very least double, or somewhere between double and triple what the Fed's goal is. I think it's reasonable for them to say, okay, we've done 5 percentage points, nearly unprecedented rate of increase of interest rates. We're starting to see a few little signs here and there, maybe a little slowing in the labor market, maybe a little slowing in inflation, a little some concerns about some credit contraction, particularly for small and medium-sized business. So let's take an assessment.
How important is this meeting, Randy? I mean, what are you going to be looking for, aside from just whether they skip, pause, hop, or do whatever they're going to do, and the initial projections that they have as they adjust the statement of economic projections?
So for sure, it's the skip. It'll be the atmospherics around the skip, how they characterize that. If you look back at the transcripts of the debates, the internal debates at the Fed, even during the global financial crisis when I was there, most of the time is spent on the statement. They usually get to the decision on interest rates relatively rapidly. So I think thinking about how they characterize it, I think you're right. It's probably going to be a hawkish skip, suggesting that we know that inflation is still high. We know that we may need to bring it down further, but we just want to gather some information on what's going on in the labor market, what's going on, particularly on the credit side. Because I think certainly the anecdotal reports are we're seeing a lot more difficulty of small and medium-sized business getting credit. Commercial real estate is certainly going to get hit, and we're also starting to see some bankruptcies go up, particularly in areas like junk bonds.
Randy, do you expect any dissent at today's meeting?
I think we got a technical difficulty there. Professor Krosner, if you can hear me, do you expect dissent at today's meeting?
I think there's a pretty good consensus for skipping. It's possible that someone will dissent, but it's going to, as I said, it's going to be a hawkish skip.
Randall Krosner, please stay with us. Thank you so much for the boost school, and of course, a former Fed governor as well. It is a name steeped in heritage. Our Shonali Basak and Bloomberg reports that Perella Weinberg is cutting 7% of headcount to allow for hiring of top bankers. For Jerome Powell and the Fed, Lisa, this is a headline for 2024.
The difficulty in job cuts is it's not about necessarily stripping down to the bare bones. It's about readjusting to a new normal. And I do wonder, to allow for hiring, is this just the cuts that didn't happen during the pandemic that are being sort of compensated for now? Or is this, as you pointed out in the break, is this partly to sort of allow for tech hiring? hiring, for other types of hiring that perhaps weren't as needed a couple years ago.
This is Joe Perella, Peter Weinberg, and Terry Megwood. Years ago, I'm going to say, I'm pushing on, I can't believe I'm saying this, pushing on 15 years as well, and a new reaffirmation of the firm. And it reminds me of what we saw with Lazard, with the economist Peter Orszag taking over in the last few weeks.
To be clear, from this reporting, it says less than 50 people will be affected, and it talks about employees across all levels at the New York-based investment banking firm. But we saw this also just because a lot of the banks didn't cut during the pandemic to sort of keep people afloat.
For those of you watching worldwide, this is how it dovetails into the Fed decides. We had Jeff Curry at Goldman Sachs telling us new higher interest rates affects commodities, maybe new higher interest rates affect all of Wall Street, including Perella Weinberg. It's going to be interesting to see. Red and green on the screen, SPX up, actually NASDAQ up more. Stay with us. This Fed decides. Good morning.
And says, I want to be Ari Emanuel when I grow up. What should somebody do to get into the talent agency business or the business you're in?
Well, it's hopefully what I've taught my kids. You got to be intellectually curious. You got to be, you got to show up. And you know this like I know this. I got on a lot of planes. You just, even though that voice in your head is saying, oh God, I'm so tired, I don't want to do this. You got to show up. You got to be charmingly relentless. You have to build emotional endurance because there's no straight line to success. It's kind of all over the place, and you have to just be able to work through those things. And then I think one of the things that I do every week is I try to create serendipity.
Skip, definitely a skip.
A hawkish skip.
Hawkish skip. Jerome Powell's been very clear about that.
The messaging around skipping is really important.
We're going to skip now and hike after that.
I think it turns into a pause.
The Fed wants to preserve optionality. They have to be flexible.
You should expect the median dot to go up.
Well, we're likely to see a higher median dot.
They're going to try to signal that they're really not thinking about the next stage.
The Fed really wants to buy itself as much time as possible.
They're just going through this week by week.
Markets have to sort of wait and see as the Fed kind of digests data.
There's a risk that the Fed has to do more and more work later this year.
The press conference will give us a little more detail.
It's got to be a lively press conference.
Surveillance round
We are clapping. That was fantastic. Truly, skip, pause, hike, hawkish.
That's a lot of work, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
People think that just happens. That's a lot of work. But I think 3 or 4 of our interns put that together, actually.
Work to do. More work to do. It might be a hawkish pause, skip. It's not going to be a pause. But that's essentially what we've been having again and again at a time where markets are basically trying to eke out gains, a little bit of confidence ahead of this particular Fed meeting with a sense that perhaps there will be, a hawkish skip, a pause, they'll wait, but they've got more work to go. About a 0.1% gain on both the S&P and the NASDAQ. Yields lower, which I find most interesting on a day when we really are talking about the potential for the Fed to maybe have to do a little bit more if the banking crisis is off the table. 4.63 on the 2-year yield. I'm watching that go lower as the day goes on, especially after PPI. Once again, Tom, this feeling of disinflation being led by the goods sector.
There's no question about that. In the core line in PPI, the business inflation out there, Michael McKee made clear the key line not only showed a continued disinflation, but also a revision. Thanks for watching in Sydney. Kieran in Sydney sends in, he says, I know it's a little early here. It's 3 a.m. in Sydney, but he said, I said good morning, and he's really glad that I gave some love to Asia as they watch.
Okay, let's just say we're going to be saying good morning and futures all day. So, bear with us as we do. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Right now, let's get to it. We've got a wonderful discussion here for the next 15 minutes to drive forward. Matthew Luzetti with us, Chief U.S. Economist, Deutsche Bank. Juliet Coronado, iconic in 2008 at BNP Paribas with macro policy perspectives, and the former governor, Randall Krosner Booth, continues with us as well. Professor Coronado, I want to go to the bravery of Matt Luzetti. And Juliet Coronado, what I would suggest is Luzetti not only had the courage to say a recession, but he actually put a date on it and absolutely nailed the length, the distance that it would take to get to a recession. You nailed this in 2008. When do we finally get to some form of economic contraction?
Well, Tom, I don't think it's imminent. And I think that the labor market has just, it's just such a strong labor market and such a self-reinforcing dynamic of hiring and spending that's keeping the economy on track. I think it's at least 12 months away. Could come sooner. I think the banking situation is not entirely over. Some of the inverted yield curve, the challenges of navigating the competition for deposits, all of that could result in some tightening in credit in the next few months. We know there's a lag between when that process begins and when it hits the economy. So we could see some weakness in maybe the turn of the year, early Q1, but it certainly isn't imminent. And, I think soft landing, probabilities have edged up a little bit.
Matt Luzetti, you sat on our desk and made clear to us that a skip, a pause, whatever you want to call it, is the idea that this would be a Fed that would then cut rates. Have you amended that idea? Can we have a symmetric skip pause where we could move higher?
Yeah, actually, our baseline is that they skip today. I think you get kind of hawkish commentary throughout each key part of the statement, the SEP, and then the press conference. But we actually think that they raise rates again in July. And I think it's all about the context of the skip today. So is it that they are seeing something in the data that is causing them to think that they could stop raising rates here for some time? Or is it more being driven by the idea that they want to have a greater period of time to be able to assess the lagged effects of monetary policy and the banking sector? I think it's the latter. And I think that sets up that if you get status quo type data over the next several months, and certainly over the next month and a half, that they are likely to raise rates again over the coming years.
Get one into Matt Luzetti quickly. He's got to go to lunch at Maria.
I kind of highly doubt that on Fed Day, Matt. I am curious, as we heard from Julia just then, talking about the concern around the banking system, and particularly the regionals, how much is the Fed building in insurance that there is another shoe to drop in the small and regional banks versus markets that seem to have largely moved on?
Yeah, I think if you go back to March, my assessment was that the Fed was probably building in about 50 basis points equivalent of Fed funds rate from the credit conditions tightening. I think a key question for them has been, is it tightening that much via the banking sector and credit conditions? I think what we've seen over the past several weeks is that it's probably towards the lower end of that range. I think that's one reason why they upgrade the dot plot today, show further rate hikes, because we're not getting as much tightening as anticipated so far from the banking sector.
Matthew Luzetti, thank you so much for your time today. I know your accounts at Deutsche Bank beckon at this moment. He is the Chief U.S. Economist at Deutsche Bank as well. We continue with Julia Coronado, macro policy perspectives, and quickly here to Randall Krosner, of course, the former governor of the Fed. Randy, I want to talk to dissent. Lisa brought it up. We brought it up this morning as well. Can you give us an idea of what Greenspan wrought, that everybody at your Eccles building has to be on the same page, and yet over at the Bank of England, a younger institution, we can actually have a visible, raging debate? Why is that?
There's a very different structure of the committee. For example, in the Bank of England, they have external members. They have people who are not full-time board members who are there coming in, making decisions. They've made a very explicit decision to bring in people from the outside, just like they sometimes bring in a central bank governor from the outside. They had Mark Carney, who was a Canadian, not a UK citizen. So very different kind of approach. Just imagine if someone proposed someone from Canada to be the head of the Fed in the U.S. People would just think they were crazy.
Randy Krosner, thank you so much for joining us today with the Booth School in Chicago. He is a former governor of the Federal Reserve System. Lisa?
Well, I'm wondering from Julia's perspective what her view on that is, whether we should see dissent, whether that's actually healthy and what the Fed would want to see on a day when clearly in the markets there's a vast disagreement about whether we're entering and are re-accelerating disinflation or whether inflation could kind of surge back up.
Yeah, I do think that we are in the zone where dissent would actually be a healthy sign. I think that the FOMC stuck very closely together during the pandemic and when they were doing extraordinary things with a balance sheet. And that was, you know, a useful way of showing solidarity and clarity of purpose. But now we're in an inflection point. There are different views about risks to the outlook. Are they tilted towards still not doing enough or doing too much? And I think there is a range of views. And seeing that and revealing that to the public isn't necessarily causing a source of chaos, but rather a source that there really is a robust debate. Everything is on the table at the FOMC. So I wouldn't see a dissent. In fact, a hawkish dissent could sort of, you know, underscore that the risks are still towards higher rates in the FOMC's mind rather than to a pause or even a cut. So I wouldn't be surprised. Kashkari is a voter. He certainly has been on the hawkish side. If he dissents today, that would not be at all surprising.
There's a theory out there that the fears of a regional banking crisis were vastly overblown and that actually credit conditions have loosened somewhat over the past month, 2 months. How much is the Fed still holding on or perhaps seeing something that we're not in terms of a tightening in lending conditions on the margins in less visible markets that they're responding to by not raising rates today?
Yeah, I think that's right, Lisa. I think that they are seeing things on the ground. They're seeing conditions. We saw the weakest hands in this acute phase of this bank turmoil in March get shaken out, but that doesn't mean that a lot of institutions aren't facing very similar pressures. Again, the basic conditions are we've had a generational shock in interest rates and inflation. We've got an inverted yield curve. We're seeing more mobile deposits than we've ever seen. That's pressure on the banking system. So it's not necessarily acute, but these kinds of things tend to emerge in a non-linear way.
Dr. Coronado, I have been preaching to people the adverb suddenly. I think it's an adverb. That things happen suddenly. You own the high ground on suddenly at BNP Paribas in 2007, 8, and 9. Are we underestimating the suddenly into 2024 that labor can crack that quickly or inflation can disinflate that quickly?
Yeah, and I think that the essential ingredient is exactly what we were just talking about. Do you get a financial accelerator? Do you get a break in the financial system that serves as a catalyst to tip us over the edge? We've seen the labor market moderate and cool down, but it's really hanging on quite well. You know, it does seem like we need an additional catalyst to push us over the edge, and that could come from the banking sector or some other corner of the financial world.
Julia Coronado, stay with us. 5 minutes away from, well, I guess the Fed decides, Lisa Bramwitz and Tom Keene on Bloomberg Television, Bloomberg Radio worldwide. There will be a press conference. McKee's down there, right? He made it?
Yes, he's going to be down there joining us for the rest. We are going to be on air until after the press conference, which starts at 2:30 p.m. We'll be watching it with you, and then we will be having analysis afterwards with a whole host of incredible guests at a time when there's still such vast disagreement over the landscape. You know, we're talking about the banking crisis. Did you see the headlines from Charles Schwab today?
No, I missed it. That was in the surveillance nap.
They expect revenues to be down by 10 to 11% year over year in the second quarter because of exactly this kind of dynamic. It costs something for them to have deposits.
Mike Wilson, this is the Morgan Stanley Goldman Sachs dialectic here. Mike Wilson made clear it's not about an earnings slowdown. We are in an earnings slowdown right now. It's just as David Kostin mentions at Goldman Sachs, we're getting a huge multiple expansion as well. That'll be a part of our theme after this important meeting in 4 minutes. Julia Coronado, if you're still there, I really I'm going to tease you here, Julia, because you're widely vetted to be a governor someday at the Fed. Is any of this in University of Texas textbooks? I mean, is anything we're doing now in, Obsfeld Rogoff or, the other great and worthy macroeconomics Bibles we all studied?
I mean, I think you're going to need to combine a few textbooks. There are elements of a lot of things. Certainly, my macroeconomics students are learning on the ground what we're dealing with, but there's a lot of cross currents, and you have to have both, your output gap, your quantity theory, your financial accelerators. You got to put it all in the pot, and then add a pandemic and supply chain frictions, and that leads to a whole lot of uncertainty and a range of views amongst market participants and amongst policymakers.
Julia, how much are we actually seeing the savings that was built up during the pandemic eaten down versus simply added to because of bigger salaries and because of interest that people are actually earning now on their deposits?
The net is downward. I mean, we are seeing the drawdown in that savings, that excess savings, particularly among lower income households that are most likely to spend that. So I think the second half of the year is a much tighter environment for the consumer, and we're already seeing them make decisions in a bit more price sensitive fashion, which could be helpful in bringing inflation down if consumers are starting to balk at these higher prices and push back.
Julia Coronado, thank you so much. Dr. Coronado with macro policy perspectives as well. The theoretical framework from this pause skip meeting is simple. This is not a snooze fest, and I'm going to center it around the great article today summarizing Bernanke Blanchard's mystery about the view forward. Neil Dutta just emails in from Renaissance Capital. Neil, thank you so much in your optimism for listening. And he says, look, the neutral rate may be higher than we think or John Williams thinks because of technology, because of the changes in ESG and globalization and other things we can't perceive. There's a huge number of unknowns here in the next minute and a half.
Anastasia Amoroso this morning from iCapital.
She's great. Lights out.
She was great, and she was talking about how the fact that 5% interest rates have not broken this economy, that we are still seeing such resilience, tells you exactly that perhaps rates need to be substantially higher to be restrictive. Yeah. You were saying earlier, we're at a restrictive pace. We've heard that from Jay Powell. Are we? Do we even know that? Because we really haven't seen it really roll over on the inflation front.
Not the data check we care about here. A minute away from this important announcement and the nuances of it. We'll bring that to you with Michael McKee and worthy guests. But the Bloomberg Financial Conditions Index plus is accommodative, not what Jerome Powell wants, and a negative, more restrictive environment certainly is the desire of many. Bill Dudley would be in that list. Mohammed El-Arian would be in that list. Andrew Hollenhorst is the outlier of the major banks right now, I would suggest.
Suggesting that if they were truly data dependent, they should go by 25 basis points today. And otherwise, they are not following the data. What I'm watching is the euro right now, markedly higher versus the dollar, 108.57, breaking out as people expect them to make a move, even if the Fed does not. I'm
going to look at the 2-year yield to 4 digits, 4.6286 for those writing down at home. Lisa, why don't you take us over to the festivities and Mr. McKee here in 30 seconds.
Mr. McKee is checking in as we speak. I am also watching the commodity space, the fact that crude continues to go lower again.
Look,
how much
under
is
69.
that? Yeah, exactly. Wow. Under 69 as people parse through some of the inventories that are picking up. We are about to get some words from the Federal Reserve as they embark on a pivot point of potential inflation, disinflation, and then potentially the end of a hiking cycle after raising rates by 500 basis points. Let's head over to Michael McKee now with the latest. Mike.
We have a super hawkish skip. A unanimous Fed, no dissents, leaves the benchmark rate at 5 to 5.25%. However, the new dot plot shows a new terminal rate of 5.6%, which would be 2 25 basis point moves or at least 150. 12 of the 18 members of the committee see rates at that level or above. One sees 6.25%. 4 see rates moving up only 25 basis points, but only 2 see no change between now and the end of the year. In their statement, the officials say, holding the target range steady at this meeting allows the committee to assess additional information and its implications for monetary policy. But the very next sentence leads us into it with saying, instead of saying, in determining the extent to which additional firming may be appropriate, it now reads, in determining the extent of additional policy firming that may be appropriate. There are also significant changes to the economic assumptions. Unemployment this year projected to reach only 4.1%, down from 4.5% next year, and in 2025, down from 4.6. Growth revised up this year to 1% from 0.4, and lowered by 0.1 in the next 2 years. PCE inflation forecast at 3.2%, down from 3.3% this year. Core PCE is revised up this year to 3.9 from 3.6. There are almost no significant changes in inflation for the next 2 years. The federal funds rate will be cut, but not until next year, the summary shows. It will be a big cut as well, a full percentage point in 2024, going to 4.6% by the end of next year. They see rates falling to 3.4% in 2025. The statement says the economy has continued to expand at a modest pace, but job gains have been robust and inflation remains elevated. While the banking system is sound and resilient, they do expect tighter credit conditions will weigh on economic activity, hiring, and inflation. The extent of those effects remains uncertain, it says. And finally, there are no changes to QT, the $95 billion a month roll-off, to repo or reverse repo rates, or to counterparty caps.
I think what's important here, folks, in the multiple decades that I've known Michael McKee, rarely have I heard that tone of the McKee voice. He has huge perspective on this. And to see the 2-year yield, Karen, if you can, bring up the 2-year yield right now, which only can be captured by a 14 basis point move to high yields. The y-axis on the 2-year yield right now, extraordinary. Equities give back fractionally, but the yield move here, Lisa, is, Mike, stay with us. The yield move here, Lisa, is extraordinary.
They're getting the message loud and clear. The Fed wants to go again, and maybe quite significantly. But this, from Drew Mattis of MetLife, he writes in and says, if they knew they were going to be able to go, they would have gone. If they were so convinced that they would need to raise rates significantly higher, carpe diem. Why not today?
I mean, Michael McKee, we're really an historic dot plot and projection study that you just said. Can you say that this is the first time, Michael McKee, where we begin to frame something in the vicinity of 6% for short paper?
Well, it's the first time you get anybody suggesting that. We're now over 6% to 6.25% for at least one member, and two think we're going to go somewhere in between that. So it does look like we're putting it into the ballpark, but still the majority think we're going to end up at 5.6, which is still a significant 2 moves.
Honestly, I just keep going back to this idea. If they wanted to hike eventually and possibly twice more, why not today? The reassessment and potentially the concern out there. Michael McKee, stick with us. We'll be coming back to you as we do see markets on the move, very much readjusting to a reality where they possibly want to raise rates by 2 more times. Just to put this in a perspective, this is the first pause in Fed policy in 15 months. That is where we are after starting on March 2022 and having raised 500 basis points. They did not raise rates, Tom. And you are seeing, though, there are indications of further rate hikes being bled out into markets, setting them lower.
And there's what we talked about this morning as well. This afternoon, the Fed says the FOMC vote was unanimous. At this historic moment, it is good to speak with Diane Swank, Chief Economist, KPMG, with all sorts of experience here out of Michigan and Midwest and Chicago at economics. Diane, what in God's name is going on? Should they have just raised rates?
I actually think that they're really concerned. It's the tension within the Fed that Julia referred to earlier in terms of the diversity of views. Chairman Powell is much more skittish about what's going to happen in the financial markets and stresses in the financial sector, the banking sector in particular, and not wanting to go too far. That said, this is a Fed that is committed to additional rate hikes. The tricky part of this pause or skip, the Waller skip, as we call it, was messaging it. And this was a very effective way to message, we're going to assess what tightening is out there and how much additional tightening is needed. I want to add that much of financial markets have ignored that many central banks around the world that had paused have had to reassess and go back in. Bank of Australia, the Reserve Bank of Australia, the Bank of Canada in the recent week, ECB, all of these banks looking to think that they were close to a terminal rate, now reassessing that. And I think the Fed doesn't want to look like any pause that it takes is behind the curve and not continuing that process.
And the blur of emotion there from Mike McKee and the data of the projections, Diane Swank, was this a Fed of a single mandate? Have they basically said we can't opine on labor because we're solidly under 4%?
There is clearly a view that labor markets are extremely tight. They acknowledge that. I'm not at all surprised by the upward revisions to the forecasting growth. The idea that they're still going to get to 4.5% on the unemployment rate, although mild recession is still this sort of softish landing kind of scenario they're trying to reach for. But when you start looking at the other issues on rate hikes, on how many rate hikes are even in excess of 0.5% in this year, that really gets to the core of the issue of how hawkish they think they're going to have to be to derail what's become a more persistent global inflation, underlying inflation.
After the shock of this, folks, equities deteriorate down negative 346, SPX down. That's okay, Dan. I cough like that all the time. SPX down 0.5%, and I really want to say that the 2-year yield, my litmus paper this afternoon, continues to move to a higher yield. We've got a shocking 16, almost 17 basis point move. That's a ginormous move for those keeping score at home. Lisa?
And I'm watching real yields, basically inflation adjusted, or the market's perception of inflation over 2 years, surging to the highest going back to 2009, nearly 2.7% in terms of real yield. So it gives you a sense of the tightening as we move forward. Diane, we were talking about how Chair Powell doesn't necessarily want to fractionalize his committee. He wants to keep people on the same page, and because of the varying views was why they didn't go. Is that uncertainty good, or is it bad for a Federal Reserve setting policy at such an uncertain time?
I think I actually agree with Julie on this. I mean, the idea of having, first of all, he's been remarkably successful at corralling the cats. That's just something he is very good at doing. That said, the diversity of views when you're trying to calibrate policy, very hard to do. And given the uncertainties we face, is healthy. And I think what Julia pointed out, if we had gotten a dissent, what we did is he usurped a dissent by making this a very hawkish statement, basically guaranteeing a July rate hike as well. That was his way of buying time. That was the compromise cut. So he did not get a dissent at this meeting. But I do think it is healthy to understand where the spectrum of views are, given the uncertainty and the unprecedented nature. I hate even using that word anymore, but we all know it. Julia did a very good job of saying how many things that we're all integrating to try to understand this environment. But having that spectrum of views on the Fed and the diversity of views within the Federal Reserve is a strength of the Fed, not a weakness.
Just to rehash, if you're just joining us now, the Fed did not hike, but it was a super hawkish skip, according to Michael McKee. Looking at a median rate forecast for the end of this year, 5.6%. That is up from about 5% right now. It also sees at the end of 2024 rates being at 4.6%, definitely seeing a tilt upwards as they signal 2 more rate hikes by year end. Diane, I'm curious from your vantage point, does that seem realistic based on the economic slowing and the disinflation that you're seeing, that is what's required to truly bring inflation to the 2% target?
Well, it is our forecast, so we expect them to raise rates both in July and in September and to get to that 0.5% up. And I think that's important because the resilience that we've seen, even though inflation has cooled dramatically, which is wonderful, a lot of it has been concentrated in food and energy prices. Again, very important for consumers. But remember, why did the Bank of Canada go back in? Because they saw a bottoming in the housing market that could mean additional inflation down the road in shelter costs. We're experiencing something very similar in the United States. At the same time that core services inflation has proven sticky, not just in the U.S., but globally, even in Europe, where they've had a technical recession now.
Just joining us, Diane Swan, KPMG, with us right now, Lisa Bramwitz and Tom Keene on a meeting that is not a snooze fest. You heard it from our Michael McKee, an extraordinary and truly super hawkish statement. That is Mr. McKee's language. I'm going to take 5.6% on the terminal rate. Let's round it up collegially to 6%. You can do that in biology. It's not biology, but we'll go there. Michael Gapin with us, U.S. economist, Bank of America, and of course, Michael Collins Sr. We only book Michaels today. Is that how it worked?
Exactly.
Michael Collins with us at PGIM Fixed Income as well. Michael Gapin, I got to go right to the terminal rate. It seems like we're flying blind. Does Bank of America have to adjust a money market fund of 5.1, 5.2%? And are we migrating towards a 5.6, 5.8, dare I say 6% short-term piece of paper?
It certainly looks that way, Tom. I think you could add to that story a whole bunch of Treasury bill issuance coming in a hurry, so T-bill yields as well as other money market yields. Look, I think 5.6 is where the Fed is wanting to go. To answer your earlier question, if I may pose it to myself, yeah, they should have hiked today. But I think they got stuck on timing at the end, and market pricing wasn't where they wanted, and maybe it would have been a little too disruptive to try and squeeze that in at the end. So we get, I think, what it will be a difficult message, which is for some reason we saw enough to pause today, but we've also seen enough to tell you we think we need to do 2 more rate hikes.
Michael Collins, I flunked not 1, not 2, but 3 exams over the word disintermediation. And what that means to me is not chaos, but just uncertainty and discontinuities within the global fixed income space. Does the shock of this decision is super hawkish? Does it put a little bit of tension into the fixed income markets PGIM looks at?
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. You know, we've been thinking the risk to the market pricing, which, as you know, have been pricing in a lot of rate cuts starting by the end of this year. We thought the risk was that those would be taken off the table. And sure enough, this really hawkish, forward-looking dot plot does that. So the big kind of bear steepening or flattening we're seeing in the yield curve is lined up with our positioning, fortunately, and is really, to me, what the Fed should be doing and is expected.
Michael Gapin, you were talking, first of all, happy birthday on this Fed Day to you. You were talking about how the Fed didn't raise rates because the market wasn't aligned and they kind of ran out of time. Was that the right call, given the fact that they want tightening financial conditions to help them get to their goal?
Look, I think in general, as a policymaker, you do not want to surprise markets with rate hikes. So I think that is the right base point of view. But I also think the data moved quickly against them just at the end of the intermeeting period. We had upward revisions to construction spending and trade, which puts Q1 growth at 2%. Very strong employment report. You know, I think you're going to get a significant market reaction today anyway. You know, I think they probably, if they had another week, they would have pushed us all into a hike in June.
Michael Collins, I'm looking right now at the projection of 5.6% rates by the end of this year, 2 more rate hikes, and 4.6% by the end of the following year. I keep asking this, is this realistic based on the slowdowns that we're seeing in different areas? Do you think that they will actually achieve this? And if they don't, what kind of credibility are they sacrificing?
Yeah, I think what they really need to do, Lisa, is try to convince the markets that they'll at least keep this funds rate where it is, somewhere in the low to mid 5s for longer than the markets are pricing in. Sending this more hawkish message certainly does that, right? And the markets are readjusting, as Tom said, to this higher yielding world. So I think that's the right message, the right move. But ultimately, I don't think they'll be able to get 2 more rate hikes off. Ultimately, I don't think they'll be able to have a Fed funds rate, you know, in the mid to high 4s or 5s for more than the next year or so. So I think ultimately you will see more cuts. But for now, I mean, rates are going to stay higher for a little longer than was priced in. I think that's the right message.
Diane Swank with us as well. I want to go to all 3 of you on this. I think it's so important. Ms. Swank, I want to look at the dot plot, and you know I'm not a fan of it. I took Richard Berner 101, and I'm just not a fan of all this verbiage. I look at 23, and okay, there's sort of a cohesion to it. I look at 25, it's a lesser cohesion. The dot plot right now in 2025, Diane Swank, is a complete mess. There's no cohesion. It's basically a linear point estimate from low to high. Diane Swank, is the dot plot broken?
I think the dot plot's been broken for a long time. I don't think it's the most effective thing, and I think the Fed knows that. It's really more short-term than long-term, but it really underscores the uncertainty that we face out there. And I will add one more reason of why the Fed paused at this particular meeting, that Treasury issuance issue. That is something they wanted to get over the hump on. And remember, we start to get corporate tax revenues in tomorrow, which may be able, depending on how, day before the Fed makes its decision on how fast Treasury issuance have to go. This is another thing that the Chair Powell himself, I think, was working to get some space around. But I also think it's really important to understand that so far around the world, central banks have underestimated the ability of the transmission effect of higher rates and their economies. Their economies have proven much more resistant to rate hikes than they thought they were. They thought they'd happen on a real-time basis. There were estimates out there that this would be almost real-time and the lags would disappear. Two things are happening. One is governments intervene to dampen the effect, particularly after Russia invaded Ukraine, of higher inflation, which extended out the period of inflation and dampened the effect of higher rates. But it also has put us in this situation where central banks are now having to go back in, and the concern is that we could get a reacceleration or a more entrenched inflation, and that's why this is so hawkish.
Michael Gapin, when you write about this, and again, I'm going to go out 18 months to the craziness of beginning 2025 with a dot plot that's absolutely original, and from, I'm going to call it Bullard High to whoever low, Goolsby low, whatever. I'm just guessing there, folks. But Michael Gapin, as you write for the Bank of America, what's the single biggest mystery to you in the GDP equation? What's the mystery that's going to come out of this press conference?
In the short run, I would say that what surprised me, and I think others, has been how much labor supply has grown and responded in 2023. The massive surge in immigration, the pickup in the labor force, the shortfall between labor supply and labor demand has narrowed quickly. As Diana said, it's meant the labor market is held up, spending is held up, and there's a lot more resilience in the economy. And as Lisa mentioned, maybe it's even adding to that excess saving argument just because of higher income. The further we go out, we don't know how quickly inflation is going to come down. And I think that 2025 distribution tells you the median of that means absolutely nothing. There's no weight to that middle. The committee simply doesn't know.
We're on radio and television. We welcome all of you across this nation and worldwide. Michael McKee has gone into the hermetically sealed press conference, and we'll see that in about 11, maybe 12 minutes here. Lisa, we've not talked about something. Liz Young, thank you so much at SF for bringing this up out on Twitter. The steepening of a Priya-Misra-like 2-10 spread here out to 93 basis points. Let's remind ourselves of how ginormous, this is Michael Gapin taught me this word. It's a ginormous curve inversion that we see redone today.
92 basis points of inversion that we're looking at right now. Not quite the record high, or record low, I should say, for the cycle of 107, but nonetheless, highlighting how higher near-term rates are really not coherent with the long-term rates that are going down. I'm also looking at the rate expectations going out by September, 5.3%. By January now, the implied Fed funds rate is 5.2%. Michael Collins, how do you play this? Do you lean into the long-term yield story with this idea that the Fed will necessarily bring inflation down at whatever cost to growth?
Absolutely. A really hawkish Fed, Lisa, this late in the cycle, when you're already seeing evidence of growth and demand and inflation slowing, is definitely bullish for the long end. It means that they will, by hook or by crook, control inflation, right? They are adamant about that. I think they're very convincing to the market. So this big kind of flattening we're seeing in the market is definitely evidence of that. And I think, long-term rates are pretty much capped here.
Do you think, Michael Collins, that there's going to be an issue with riskier credit as the Fed does double down and as you start to see pretty significant refinancing costs as time goes on?
Yeah, no doubt, right? I mean, this does take a little bit of time, right? These these high rates for longer will eventually bite as more and more companies, more and more commercial, real estate mortgages, more and more individuals, more and more governments have to refinance their debt at these higher rates. You will see tremendous dispersion in the markets. You'll see weaker credits, more levered companies, companies exposed to floating rate debt really start to suffer here, and that's part of the Fed's intention, right, to weaken demand and weaken the economy, and you'll see it in the lower end consumers, lower end corporations, and you're going to see that dispersion really accelerate late in the cycle here.
Zeitgeist check on a Wednesday afternoon. If you're just joining us 9 minutes away from the McKee press conference, and this I just think is great. I guess I brought it up in a question to someone. I can't remember what I did 5 minutes before, folks. Drew Mattis, you said, was listening over at MetLife, and here's Andrew Hollenhorst, of course, who's been historic and calling for a higher rate regime. Memo, Hollenhorst looks like a genius this afternoon. May I quote the gentleman from UCLA, seconding Mr. Mattis, why not just hike, exclamation point. Thank you, Andrew, for watching.
A big question. Diane Swank, do you want to take that? What is the indication here? Is it that they just didn't have the consensus, or is this something more? And does this basically mean, especially if they do raise rates, that a soft landing looks a little less likely today than it did yesterday?
I think all of the above. I think the reason that they took a pause is because the chairman himself is getting more skittish about this, and we saw that come out in the May press conference. I think he got a lot of pushback within his committee, and that's what we're seeing, is that pushback. I do think the time ran out on them in terms of shaping market expectations. Their last part of their open period where they could comment, they basically said, we're going to skip that shape market expectations, so it would have been a surprise to raise rates here. That said, it does not preclude a 0.5% hike in July instead of a 0.25% hike in July. And I think that's something we're going to see come out in the press conference today as well. The biggest question out there will be, why didn't you do it today? I do think that the Fed will also, Chairman Powell will talk about the Treasury issuances and that extraordinary going on, those extraordinary issuances against the backdrop of quantitative tightening. People forget that the Fed did not stop quantitative tightening. And this is something that we really don't know the interaction of. We've never done this experiment. And that is also something that's in the back of his mind. And I would expect that he'll emphasize that we're still being restrictive by also continuing quantitative tightening at the same time that Treasury has to do this massive debt issuance.
We're looking at equities off pretty considerably after this release. We're looking at NASDAQ down 0.7%. Michael Gapin, do you think the Fed is happy to see risk assets selling off today?
Yes, in general. I mean, I think financial conditions, they've struggled to get them across the board as restrictive as they would like. And so I think obviously if you're going to move the dot 50 basis points higher, I think the intent is to tighten financial conditions. So yes, I think that this is what they would want to see.
Michael, let me go to this lineup's great today. Michael Collins, Michael Gapin, Diane Swank, and of course we'll have much more here in 6 minutes with the press conference. And Michael Gapin, I'm just going to pick on you because of the large platform of Bank of America. I'm supposed to, I'm with Elizabeth Warren on this. I think having a low unemployment rate is generally good for society. And are we in a panic about a super hawkish Fed because just possibly real GDP and an overlay of inflation is a buoyant nominal GDP? Are they bad things?
No, maybe it's too much of a good thing. Might be one of the arguments. I mean, certainly the inflation we got, Tom, as you know, wasn't all because of a tight labor market. There were other sources that drove it. And I would say in our projection and most people's projections of a so-called mild recession or downturn in the economy brings the unemployment rate up to the mid-4s. Very few people are thinking it goes above 5. The 30-year average unemployment rate is over 6. So I think we're just saying a little less, say, buoyancy, if you will, is probably the right mix for the long-run performance of the economy. Nobody can doubt that a low unemployment rate is good for Americans and job seekers. But I think on balance, or I should say a different balance is probably preferred.
John from Capri emails, and John, thank you for listening this afternoon. He says, go to Michael Collins and ask a financial question. Michael Collins, you're at PGIM. How will chief financial officers react to a super hawkish Fed where Hollenhorst and Mattis are just saying they should have raised rates to begin with? Does that goose issuance here through the summer?
No, it's actually just the opposite. What we're seeing is really encouraging, right? When markets change and conditions change, people and companies change their behavior, Tom. And we're actually seeing a lot of corporations put off debt issuance. In fact, we're seeing a lot of them use their free cash flow to pay down debt so they don't have to reissue their debt at a much higher coupon. And that's really a silver lining here, right? As a credit investor, someone investing in corporate debt, you really want them to see them pay down debt. And we're actually seeing more and more examples of that. So that actually might be the thing that saves us here and really helps us avoid an existential credit crisis, which looks better and better. You won't see a big spike in defaults because companies are being proactive and they see the writing on the wall and they're starting to pay down debt. So this is a really good story from a credit perspective.
Michael Collins, this now becomes a guessing game. What's the Fed going to do in July? And what are they going to do in September? And it becomes a credibility issue. What will you have to look for and what will you have to see to call their bluff and say, no, you're not. You're not going to go twice more before year end?
Yeah, I mean, right now they're telling us they're going to change their policy from hiking at every meeting to basically hiking at every other meeting, right? So they're going to hike, twice in the rest of the year, once a quarter, basically, slow the pace of hiking is what they're telling us. Again, I think the longer they wait, the more evidence will become apparent in the markets, in the economy, and in the inflation data that will cause them to step to the sidelines and probably pull off one more hike, if that, for the rest of the year.
Michael Gapin, what will the real 10-year do here? I'm absolutely fascinated by the super hawkish nature of the printed word and the projections that we saw. Does the 10-year real yield finally break out from 1.6 just back to my pre-COVID level of, say, 2.02, 2.05? Do we get finally the real yield to move?
I mean, I certainly, in the front end, meaning kind of out to 5 years, I think that real rate has to go higher. I'm not yet fully convinced it would have to move in that direction for the 10-year, right? If you've become more convinced today that the Fed, as you mentioned earlier, is just really reacting to inflation, not so much economic activity, then the message here is they want to bring inflation down, so you get kind of the inversion at play. So certainly, though, they're telling you real rates need to be higher over the next 2 to 3 years.
Diane, how political do you think the decision will be to raise rates even further from here, given that the focus really is on wages and employment?
That's a great question, and I think the political backlash is already out there. First of all, the reason we're not as euphoric about the low unemployment we have is because we've lost living standards and actually lost spending power to inflation. And so that's the challenge the Fed's already had to face. What's been amazing is, even Volcker blinked back in 1980 and reduced rates then boosted it by 10% to get a second recession in 1982 after the first recession in 1980, which was an election year. So I do think there is going to be some political backlash to this idea of raising unemployment, which is understandable. But I think at the end of the day, the Fed is really concerned about the persistence of inflation. And at the Fed's at the rate conference, it's not just why did you not go today? Is the optionality on the table to move 0.5% again at an upcoming meeting? They do not want to bake into the cake this idea that they'll only move every other meeting. That messaging is where I'm really going to be watching for, because I think the Fed wants all options on the table.
You three have been generous with your time. Back to your clients at KPMG, at the Bank of America, and of course at PGIM as well. Diane Swank, Michael Gapin, and Michael Collins. And all of a sudden, the snooze fest became, and you heard it in McKee's voice. McKee you could just hear the shock of the language and what we heard from Mr. Madison, Dr. Hollenhorst as well.
This was surprisingly hawkish, if you want to say so, because people were perhaps anticipating a 25 basis point rate hike implied at the July meeting, but not 50 basis points of hikes before year end. You're seeing that with respect to yields, markedly higher to the highest level since early March.
And now the Fed decides Derby Will McKee have the last question or the second to last question?
He'll have the third from last question. We're gonna definitely, we're definitely gonna mix things up here. I hear that's the whisper from the room. We're also seeing the dollar sell off, although less than before, 108.12. Just to reset, we are about to hear from Fed Chair Jay Powell after they did not raise rates for the first time in 15 months after 10 consecutive meetings of rate hikes. Now, they are not hiking, but they are indicating they are going to hike at least twice more before the end of this year. Their work is not done. That was very clear in their statement. And now the question will be, why did they not hike today? If they were so convinced of that momentum, what was the holdup as they tried to get consensus? He is a little bit late, which is unusual, Tom. Usually he is right on time.
I extra time here. I just saw the clock.
But he is coming out right now with a big folder. You can expect to see him having written down a lot of the answers. Let's head it over to Fed Chair Jay Powell.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. We understand the hardship that high inflation is causing, and we remain strongly committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal. Price stability is the responsibility of the Federal Reserve. Without price stability, the economy doesn't work for anyone. In particular, without price stability, we will not achieve a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. Since early last year, the FOMC has significantly tightened the stance of monetary policy. We have raised our policy interest rate by 5 percentage points, and we've continued to reduce our securities holdings at a brisk pace. We've covered a lot of ground, and the full effects of our tightening have yet to be felt. In light of how far we've come in tightening policy, the uncertain lags with which monetary policy affects the economy, and potential headwinds from credit tightening, today we decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged and to continue to reduce our securities holdings. Looking ahead, nearly all committee participants view it as likely that some further rate increases will be appropriate this year to bring inflation down to 2% over time. And I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. The U.S. economy slowed significantly last year, and recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a modest pace. Although growth in consumer spending has picked up this year, activity in the housing sector remains weak, largely reflecting higher mortgage rates. Higher interest rates and slower output growth also appear to be weighing on business fixed investment. Committee participants generally expect subdued growth to continue. In our summary of economic projections, the median projection has real GDP growth at 1.0% this year and 1.1% next year, well below the median estimate of the longer-run normal growth rate. The labor market remains very tight. Over the past 3 months, payroll job gains averaged a robust 283,000 jobs per month. The unemployment rate moved up but remained low in May at 3.7%. There are some signs that supply and demand in the labor market are coming into better balance. The labor force participation rate has moved up in recent months, particularly for individuals aged 25 to 54 years. Nominal wage growth has shown signs of easing, and job vacancies have declined so far this year. While the jobs to workers gap has declined, labor demand still substantially exceeds the supply of available workers. FOMC participants expect supply and demand conditions in the labor market to come into better balance over time, easing upward pressures on inflation. The median unemployment rate projection in the SEP rises to 4.1% at the end of this year and 4.5% at the end of next year. Inflation remains well above our longer-run 2% goal. Over the 12 months ending in April, total PCE prices rose 4.4%, excluding the volatile food and energy categories. Core PCE prices rose 4.7%. In May, the 12-month change in the Consumer Price Index came in at 4%, and the change in the core CPI was 5.3%. inflation has moderated somewhat since the middle of last year. Nonetheless, inflation pressures continue to run high, and the process of getting inflation back down to 2% has a long way to go. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 3.2% this year, 2.5% next year, and 2.1% in 2025. Core PCE inflation, which excludes volatile and food and energy prices, is projected to run higher than total inflation, and the median projection has been revised in the SEP up to 3.9% this year. Despite elevated inflation, longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are highly attentive to the risks that high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we are strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective. As I noted earlier, since early last year, we have raised our policy rate by 5 percentage points. We have been seeing the effects of our policy tightening on demand in the most interest rate sensitive sectors of the economy, especially housing and investment. It will take time, however, for the full effects of monetary restraint to be realized, especially on inflation. The economy is facing headwinds from tighter credit conditions for households and businesses, which are likely to weigh on economic activity, hiring, and inflation. The extent of these effects remains uncertain. In light of how far we've come in tightening policy, the uncertain lags with which monetary policy affects the economy, and potential headwinds from credit tightening, the committee decided at today's meeting to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 5 to 5.25%, and to continue the process of significantly reducing our securities holdings. As I noted earlier, nearly all committee participants expect that it will be appropriate to raise interest rates somewhat further by the end of the year. But at this meeting, considering how far and how fast we've moved, we judged it prudent to hold the target range steady to allow the committee to assess additional information and its implications for monetary policy. In determining the extent of additional policy firming that may be appropriate to return inflation to 2% over time, the committee will take into account the cumulative tightening of monetary policy, the lags with which monetary policy affects economic activity and inflation, and economic and financial developments. In our SEP, participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. If the economy evolves as projected, the median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 5.6% at the end of this year, 4.6% at the end of 2024, and 3.4% at the end of 2025. For the end of this year, the median projection is a 0.5 percentage point higher than in our March projections. I hasten to add, as always, that these projections are not a committee decision or plan. If the economy does not evolve as projected, the path for policy will adjust as appropriate to foster our maximum employment and price stability goals. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting based on the totality of incoming data and their implications for the outlook for economic activity and inflation, as well as the balance of risks. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Reducing inflation is likely to require a period of below-trend growth and some softening of labor market conditions. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do at the Fed is in service to our public mission. We will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the Financial Times. I'm curious what gives you and the committee the confidence that waiting will not be counterproductive at a time when the monthly pace of core inflation is still so elevated. Interest rate sensitive sectors like housing, while they felt the drag of the past Fed actions, have started to recover in some regions, and financial conditions, most recently were easing.
So I guess I would go back to the beginning of this tightening cycle to address that. So as we started our rate hikes early last year, we said there were three issues that would need to be addressed kind of in sequence. And that of the speed of tightening, the level to which rates would need to go, and then the period of time over which we'd need to keep policy restrictive. So at the outset, going back 15 months, the key issue was how fast to move rates up, and we moved very quickly by historical standards. Then last December, after 4 consecutive 75 basis point hikes, we moderated to a pace of a 50 basis point hike, and then this year to 3 25 basis point hikes at sequential meetings. So it seemed to us to make obvious sense to moderate our rate hikes as we got closer to our destination. So the decision to consider not hiking at every meeting and ultimately to hold rates steady at this meeting, I would just say it's a continuation of that process. The main issue that we're focused on now is determining the extent of additional policy firming that may be appropriate to return inflation to 2% over time. So the pace of the increases and the ultimate level of increases are separate variables. Given how far we have come, it may make sense for rates to move higher, but at a more moderate pace. I want to stress one more thing, and that is that the committee decision made today was only about this meeting. We didn't make any decision about going forward, including what would happen at the next meeting, including we did not decide or really discuss anything about going to an every other meeting kind of an approach or really any other approach. We really were focused on what to do at this meeting.
So there was no kind of initial debate about the possibility of July, any sense of the initial support at this stage for that move?
So again, we didn't make a decision about July. I mean, of course, it came up in the meeting from time to time, but really the focus was on what to do today. I would say about July 2 things. One, decision hasn't been made. 2, I do expect that it will be a live meeting.
Thanks, Howard Schneider with Reuters. I was just wondering if you could help us understand the narrative here, because it feels like there's been a level shift in the dots, stronger GDP, less of a hit to unemployment, slower progress on inflation, and I'm wondering, in this sort of, where's the disinflation coming from?
Sure.
The labor market's going to be stronger, it looks like. It's not coming from there. Demand's not coming down all that fast, according to GDP. You've doubled your estimate of GDP. So what's the narrative here? It seems like it's getting more immaculate rather than more messy.
So you're right that the data came in, I would say, consistent with, but on the high side of expectations. So, and if you go back to the former SEP, the last SEP in March, you will see that growth moved up. These are not huge moves, but growth estimates moved up a bit. Unemployment estimates moved down a bit. Inflation estimates moved up a bit. And, all three of those kind of point in the same direction, which is, that perhaps more restraint will be necessary than we had thought at the last meeting. So although the level, frankly, is pretty, the level of 5.6 is pretty consistent if you think about it, where the federal funds rate was trading before the bank incidents of early March. So we've kind of gone back to that. So your question is, where's the disinflation going to come from? And I don't think the story has really changed. The committee has consistently said and believed that the process of getting inflation down is going to be a gradual one. It's going to take some time. And I think you go back to the three-part framework for core PCE inflation, which is, we think, as good an indicator as you can have for where inflation is going forward. You start with goods. With goods, we need to see continued healing in supply side conditions. They've definitely improved a substantial amount, but if you talk to people in business, they will say it's not back to where it was. So that's one thing, and that should enable goods prices to continue, goods inflation to continue to come down over time. In terms of housing services inflation, that's another big piece, and you are seeing there that new rents, new leases are coming in at low levels, and it's really a matter of time as that goes through the pipeline. In fact, I think any forecast that people are making right now about inflation coming down this year will contain a big dose of this year and next year will contain a good amount of disinflation from that source, and that's again probably going to come slower than we would expect. That leaves the big sector, which is a little more than half, pardon me, of core PCE inflation. That's non-housing services, and we see only the earliest signs of disinflation there. It's a sector. It's a very broad and diverse sector. I would say in a number of the parts of that sector, the largest cost would be wage costs. It's the service sector, so it's heavily labor intensive, and I think many analysts would say that the key to getting inflation down there is to have a continuing loosening in labor market conditions, which we have seen. We have actually seen, I go through a number of indicators suggesting there has been some loosening in labor market conditions. We need to see that continue. I would almost say that the conditions that we need to see in place to get inflation down are coming into place, and that would be growth meaningfully below trend. It would be a labor market that's loosening. It would be goods pipelines getting healthier and healthier and that kind of thing. The things are in place that we need to see, but the process of that actually working on inflation is going to take some time.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, what's the value in pausing and signaling future hikes versus just hiking now? I mean, not to be flippant, but I don't lose weight just by buying a gym membership. I have to actually go to the gym. 16 of your colleagues put down a higher year-end 23 rate today. A majority of you think you're going to have to go up by 50 basis points this year. So why not just rip off the Band-Aid and raise rates today?
So first, I would say that the question of speed is a separate question from the question from that of level. Okay, so and I think if you look at the SEP, that is our estimate, our individual. It's really accumulation of our individual estimates of how far to go. I mentioned how we got to those numbers. In terms of speed, it's what I said at the beginning, which is speed was very important last year. As we get closer and closer to the destination, and according to the SEP, we're not so far away from the destination in most people's accounting. It's reasonable, it's common sense to go a little slower, just as it was reasonable to go from 75 basis points to 50 to 25 at every meeting. And so the committee thought overall that it was appropriate to moderate the pace, if only slightly. And there are benefits to that. So that gives us more information to make decisions. We may try to make better decisions. I think it allows the economy a little more time to adapt as we make our decisions going forward. And we'll get to see, we don't know the full extent of the consequences of the banking turmoil that we've seen. It would be early to see those, but we don't know what the extent is. We'll have some more time to see that unfold. I mean, it's just the idea that we're trying to get this right. And this is, if you think of the two things as separate variables, then I think that the skip, I shouldn't call it a skip, the decision makes sense.
I know you said July is live with only one June employment, with only the June employment and the CPI report for June due to be released before the July meeting. You get the ECI after, you get the senior loan officer survey after, you get some bank earnings at the end of next month. What incremental information will the committee be using to inform their judgment on whether this is in fact a skip or a longer pause?
Well, I think you're adding that to the data that we've seen since the last meeting too. Since we chose to maintain rates at this meeting, it'll really be a 3-month period of data that we can look at. And I think that's a full quarter, and I think you can draw more conclusions from that than you can from any 6-week period. We'll look at those things. We'll also look at the evolving risk picture. We'll look at what's happening in the financial sector. We'll look at all the data, the evolving outlook, and we'll make a decision.
Thanks for taking our questions. Gina Smilek, New York Times. You obviously, in your forecast, marked up the sort of path for growth, marked down the path for unemployment, and marked up the path for inflation pretty notably. I wonder, since March, what has changed to make you think that the economy is a lot more resilient and inflation is going to be a lot more stubborn? And given that, why do you feel confident that this is as high as you're going to have to revise the federal funds rate, or do you think it's possible we could have even a higher than 5.6% terminal by the end of this cycle?
I mean, on the first part, I just think we're following the data and also the outlook. The economy the labor market, I think, has surprised many, if not all, analysts over the last couple of years with its extraordinary resilience, really. It's just remarkable, and that's really, if you think about it, that's what's driving. It's job creation, it's wages moving up, it's supporting spending, which in turn is supporting hiring, and it's really the engine, it seems, that is driving the economy. So it's really the data. In terms of we always write down at these meetings what we think the appropriate terminal rate will be at the end of this year. That's how we do it. It's based on our own individual assessments of what the most likely path of the economy is. It can actually, in reality, wind up being lower or higher. And there's really no way to know. But it's what people think as of today. And as the data come in, it can move around during the intermeeting period. It could wind up back in the same place. But it really will be data driven. I can't tell you that I ever have a lot of confidence that we can see where the federal funds rate will be that far in advance.
Mr. Chairman, thanks for taking my question. You had said back at the end of May that you thought risks were getting closer to being into balance. Is that still the case, or has your mind changed about the balance of risks out there? And also, could you give us an idea of what would be a sufficiently restrictive funds rate? Obviously the current rate, according to the committee, is not sufficiently restrictive. Is it 5.6? Is it 6? Where is it sufficiently restrictive? Thank you.
I would say again that I think that over time, the balance of risks, as we've moved from from interest rates at effectively zero now to 5 percentage points with an SEP calling for additional hikes, I think we've moved much closer to our destination, which is that sufficiently restrictive rate. And I think that means, almost by definition, that the risks of sort of overdoing it and underdoing it are getting closer to being in balance. I still think, and my colleagues agree, that the risks to inflation are to the upside still. So we don't think we're there with inflation yet, because we're just looking at the data. And if you look at the full range of inflation data, particularly the core data, you just aren't seeing a lot of progress over the last year. Headline, of course, inflation has come down materially, but as you know, we look at core as a better indicator of where inflation overall is going. Sufficiently, so I think what we'd like to see is credible evidence that inflation is topping out and then beginning to come down. That's what we want to see. Of course, that's what we want to see. And I think it's also, we understand that there are lags, but remember that it's more than a year since financial conditions began tightening. I think the reason we're comfortable pausing is that we are still, much of the tightening took place over last summer and later into the year, and I think it's reasonable to think that some of that may come into effect. So we're, I think stretching out into a more moderate pace is appropriate to allow you to make that judgment of sufficiency, more with more data over time.
Rachel. Hi, Chair Powell. Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. Thanks for taking our questions. I wanted to ask further on the lag effects. When you're considering when you would hike again throughout the course of the year, are there things that you would expect to kick in as those lag effects come into effect that would inform your decisions? Have you learned things over the past year that give you some sense of timeline for when to expect those lags to come into effect?
Yeah. So it's a challenging thing in economics. It's sort of standard thinking that monetary policy affects economic activity with long and variable lags. Of course, these days, financial conditions begin to tighten well in advance of actual rate hikes. So if you look back when we were lifting off, we started talking about lifting off. By the time we had lifted off, the 2-year, which is a pretty good estimate of where policy is going, had gone from 20 basis points to 200 basis points. So in that sense, tightening happens much sooner than it used to in a world where news was in newspapers and not on the wire. So that's different, but it's still the case that what you see is interest-sensitive spending is affected very, very quickly. So housing and durable goods and things like that. But broader demand and spending and asset values and things like that, they just take longer. And you can pretty much find research to support whatever answer you would like on that. So there's not any certainty or agreement in the profession on how long it takes. So, and that makes it challenging, of course. So we're looking at the calendar, we're looking at what's happening in the economy, we're having to make these judgments. And again, it's one of the main reasons why it makes sense to go at a slightly more moderate pace now as we seek that ultimate. I can't point to that ultimate endpoint. I can't point to a specific. I can't point to that ultimate endpoint. I can't point to a specific data point. I think we'll see it when we see inflation, really flattening out reliably and then starting to soften. I think we'll know that it's working. And ideally, by taking a little more time, we won't go well past the level where we need to go.
I was curious if you could give us an update on what you're seeing on credit tightening since the bank incidents from March and how you're teasing that out apart from these lag effects.
So it's too early still to try to assess the full extent of what that might mean. And that's something we're going to be watching, of course. And if we were to see what we would view as significant tightening beyond what would normally be expected because of this channel, then we would factor that into account in making rate decisions. So that's how we think about it.
Let's go to Chris.
Thanks. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. You mentioned that many of the trends are in place that you want to see. Core services ex-housing has come in pretty low in the past couple of months. And as you noted, a significant portion of core inflation is now housing prices. And then we've had some quirks in used car prices. So given that these trends are in place, I guess I'm sort of asking the flip side of Nick's question, why signal additional rate hikes? Aren't things headed in the direction you need? Why not simply give it even more time? Or it's surprising to see so much hawkishness in the dots, given what we're seeing recently.
Yeah, so, we're 2.5 years into this, or 2.25 years into this, and forecasters, including Fed forecasters, have consistently thought that inflation was about to turn down, and typically forecasted that it would, and been wrong. So I think if you look at core PCE inflation overall, look at it over the last 6 months, you're just not seeing a lot of progress. It's running at a level over 4.5%, far above our target, and not really moving down. We want to see it moving down decisively. That's all. Of course, we are going to get inflation down to 2% over time. We want to do that with the minimum damage we can to the economy, of course. But we have to get inflation down to 2%, and we will. And we just don't see that yet. So hence you see today's policy decision, both to write down further rate hikes by the end of this year, but also to moderate somewhat the pace with which we're moving.
Quick follow-up. I mean, the last press conference you mentioned you didn't see wages driving inflation, and there was some research from the San Francisco Fed suggesting wages aren't necessarily a key driver, but you've talked about the labor market today and the need for softening. Can you give us a little more specifically of how you see the tight labor market driving inflation at this point? Thank you.
Right. So I'm not going to comment on any particular paper, but I would say that I think the overall picture is that at the beginning, in early 2021, inflation was really becoming from very strong demand largely for goods. People were still at home. They had money in the bank, and they wanted to spend, and they spent a lot on goods. And of course, at the same time, and because of that high demand to some extent, supply chains got all snarled up. So prices went way up, inflation went way up. So that was the origin, and it wasn't really particularly about
the labor market or wages. But as you move through 21 into 22 and now in 23, I think many analysts believe that it will be important, an important part of getting inflation down, especially in the non-housing services sector, to getting wage inflation back to a level that is sustainable, that is consistent with 2% inflation. We actually have seen wages broadly move down, but just at a quite gradual pace. So, and that's a little bit of the finding of the Bernanke paper with Blanchard of a few weeks ago, which is very consistent with what I would think.
Let's go to Michael McKee.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. You said in the past that you don't like to surprise markets. It's kind of been the Fed's view. Markets should have an idea of what you're going to do before you go in. You also said a number of times that it would take a while to bring inflation down. You reiterated that again today, and that we would get to a point where inflation could be sticky. So I'm wondering, as we go into the next meetings, how Wall Street or others should look at your reaction function. What will you be reacting to, time or data? In other words, if nothing much changes, if we're looking at the same sort of labor market, the same sort of inflation levels in July or in September or November, will you move because you've said you feel you need to? Is it time that's going to require additional movement, or would it be a reversal in inflation?
So I don't want to deal with hypotheticals about different ways data might move on. So we of course we don't go out of our way to surprise markets or the public. At the same time, our main focus has to be on getting the policy right, and that's what we're doing here, and that's what we'll do for the upcoming meetings. I will say the July meeting will be live, and we'll just have to see. I think you'll see the data, you'll hear Fed people talking about it, and markets will have to make a judgment.
Well, do you think inflation is likely to continue coming down based on the lags and based on your threat of additional movement, or are we going to be in a period where we're not going to know what's happening?
I think if you look at if you just look at, I'll just point you to the forecast. So inflation is running, core PCE inflation is running at about 4.5%, a little higher than 4.5%, and the median FOMC participant thinks it'll go down to 3.9 on a 12-month basis. This is by the end of this year. So that's expecting pretty substantial progress. That's a pretty significant decline for half a year. So that's the forecast. We do try to be transparent in our reaction function. We're committed to getting inflation down. And that's the number one thing. So that's how I think about it.
Let's go to Victoria.
Victoria Guido with Politico. Could you talk about the balance sheet and how you're thinking about it? What are you looking for to judge whether we're approaching reserve scarcity, and is Treasury issuance going to affect that? Also, are you considering lowering the RRP rate in order to take some pressure off banks?
So let me say, first of all, on the Treasury part of it, if I can talk about that, and then go back to the balance sheet. So on that, of course, we've been very focused on that for a couple of months, as everyone has. Treasury has laid out its borrowing plans publicly. I think I saw the Secretary's comments yesterday to the effect that Treasury has consulted widely with market participants about how to avoid market disruption, and that they're going to watch carefully for that. So that's from the Treasury, which actually sets the borrowings. At the Fed, we'll be monitoring market conditions carefully as the Treasury refills the TGA. The adjustment process is very likely to involve both a reduction in the RRP facility and also in reserves. It's really hard to say at the beginning of this which will be greater. We are starting at a very high level of reserves and still elevated RRP to take up, for that matter. So we don't think reserves are likely to become scarce in the near term or even over the course of the year. So that's the Treasury part of the answer. We will, of course, continue to monitor conditions in money markets, and we're prepared to make adjustments to make sure that monetary policy transmission works. Was there another part of your question?
Yeah, what, are you considering lowering the RRP rate to help take some pressure off banks?
So we have a number of, I would say, the RRP doesn't look like it's pulling money out of the banking system. It's actually been shrinking here lately. So I don't think that's not something we've thought about a lot over time. It doesn't really look like that's something we would do. I think it's a tool that we have. If we want to use it, we can. There are other tools we can use to address money market issues, but I wouldn't say that that's something that's likely that we would do in the near term.
Janelle Marte with Bloomberg. Have you seen sufficient cooling in the housing market to bring inflation down? For example, how does the recent rebound affect your forecast, and how does it factor into monetary policy?
So certainly housing, very interest sensitive, and it's the first place really, or one of the first places that's either helped by low rates or that is held back by higher rates. And we certainly saw that over the course of the last year. We now see housing putting in a bottom and maybe even moving up a little bit. We're watching that situation carefully. I do think we will see rents and house prices filtering into housing services inflation, and I don't see them coming up quickly. I do see them kind of wandering around at a relatively low level now, and that's appropriate.
Do you think you'll have to target that with further rate increases?
Well, I think we look at everything. We don't just look at housing. So I think, the way it works is the individual participants sit in their offices all over the country and they write down their forecast, and including their most likely forecast, including their rate forecast, and then they send it in on Friday afternoon, and we accumulate it, and then we publish it for you. So that's how they do that. Well, I don't know that housing is itself going to be driving the rates picture, but it's part of it.
Thank you for taking the question, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So I want to go back to comments you made about in the past about unsustainable fiscal path. The CBO projects the federal deficit to be $2.8 trillion in 10 years. The CBO also says that federal debt will be $52 trillion by 2033. At what point do you talk more firmly with lawmakers about fiscal responsibility? Because I'm assuming monetary policy cannot handle alone the inflation or keep that inflation in check with the higher level spending.
I don't do that. That's really not my job. We hope and expect that other policymakers will respect our independence on monetary policy, and we don't see ourselves as the judges of appropriate fiscal policy. I will say, and many of my predecessors have said, that we are on an unsustainable fiscal path, and that needs to be addressed over time. But I think trying to get into that with lawmakers would be kind of inappropriate given our independence and our need to stick to our knitting.
Is there any conversation then about the Federal Reserve financing some of that debt that we're seeing come down the pike?
No, under no circumstances.
Courtney.
Thanks for taking our questions, Chair Powell. So looking at the SEP, it looks like GDP for this year was raised significantly, your forecast for GDP this year. The unemployment rate, meanwhile, was pulled downward. And so should we take that as a sign that the committee is more confident about the prospects of a soft landing, at least as it relates to what you were expecting in March?
I would just say it this way. I continue to think, and this really hasn't changed, that there is a path to getting inflation back down to 2% without having to see the kind of sharp downturn and large losses of employment that we've seen in so many past instances. It's possible. In a way, a strong labor market that gradually cools could aid that along. It could aid that along. But I guess I want to come back to the main thing, which is, though, simply this. We see the committee, as you can see from the SEP, the committee is completely unified in the need to get inflation down to 2%, and we'll do whatever it takes to get it down to 2% over time. That is our plan. And we understand that allowing inflation to get entrenched in the U.S. economy is the thing that we cannot allow to happen for the benefit of today's workers and families and businesses, but also for the future. Getting price stability back and restored will benefit generations of people as long as it's sustained, and it really is the bedrock of the economy, and you should understand that that is our top priority.
Just a quick follow-up on that. I'm just a little confused because you said the committee will do whatever it takes to get inflation down over time. But when I look at the SEP, inflation is still projected to be elevated next year, but the Fed funds rate is lower than where it is now. Can you help me understand that?
Sure. So, if you look 2 and 3 years out with the forecast, first of all, I wouldn't put too much weight on forecasts even 1 year out because they're so highly uncertain. But what they're showing is that as inflation comes down in the forecast, if you don't lower interest rates, then real rates are actually going up, right? So just to maintain a real rate, the nominal rate at that point 2 years out, let's say, should come down just to maintain real rates. And actually, since we're probably going to we're having real rates that are going to have to be meaningfully positive. And significantly so for us to get inflation down, that probably means that certainly means that it will be appropriate to cut rates at such time as inflation is coming down really significantly. And again, we're talking about a couple years out. I think, as anyone can see, not a single person on the committee wrote down a rate cut this year, nor do I think it is at all likely to be appropriate if you think about it. Inflation has not really moved down. It is not so far reacted much to our existing rate hikes, and so we're going to have to keep at it.
Julie.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Hi, Chair Powell. Julie Chabanas, AFP News Agency. The May job report showed a rebound in May in black workers' unemployment. Is it consistent with the Fed's maximum employment mandate? Are you worried about that, about this rebound?
So we are, of course, worried about. There are long-standing differences in racial and ethnic groups across our labor market. That's a factor that we can't really address with our tools, but we do consider that when we're thinking about what constitutes maximum employment. It is for us a broad and inclusive goal. And so we do watch that. But remember, all unemployment, including black unemployment, has been bouncing around right near historic modern lows here. So we're still talking about, what is as strong a labor market as we've seen in, a half century here in the United States. So overall unemployment of 3.7% is 0.3 higher than it was measured to be at the last a month ago, but still it's extraordinarily low. And so it's a very, very tight labor market.
Thank you. I want to follow up first a little bit just on the rent question on housing. We heard Governor Waller talk about how, I'll back up, we haven't quite seen the slowdown in rents show up in CPI yet, and we did hear Governor Waller talk about how an uptick in housing might mean that there's not going to be as much relief coming or a shorter bit of relief than we thought. Can you talk about how you're thinking about that and how that played into today's outcome?
I wouldn't say, so that's, as a factual matter, that's correct. We do need to see, rents bottom out here or at least stay quite low in terms of their increases because we want inflation to come down, and rental is a very large part of the CPI, about a third, and it's about half of that for the PCE. So it's important, and so it's something that we're watching very carefully. It's part of the overall picture. I wouldn't say it's the decisive part, but take a step back. What you see is look at core inflation over the past 6 months, a year. You're just not seeing a lot of progress, not the kind of progress we want to see, and it's hard to avoid that. And people in the committee, the median went up significantly, so that the median participant now thinks that core PCE inflation on a 12-month basis will be 3.9% this year. So once again, every year for the past 3 years, it's gone up over the course of the year, and it's doing that again. So we see that, and We see that inflation forecasts are coming in low again, and we see that tells us that we need to do more. And so that's why you see the SEP with where it is.
Could you also talk briefly about your outlook for wages, and given the recent slowdown in core services excluding housing, how far you think wages might need to fall in order to get inflation back in line?
So wages will continue to increase. So what we're talking about is having wage increases still at a very strong level, but at a level that's consistent with 2% inflation over time. And so I think we've seen some progress. All of the major measures of wages have moved down from extremely elevated, not extremely, but highly elevated levels a year or so ago, and they're moving back down, but quite gradually. And we would want to see that process continue gradually. Of course, it's great to see wage increases, particularly for people at the lower end of the income spectrum. But we want that as part of the process of getting inflation back down to 2%, which benefits everyone. I mean, inflation hurts those same people more than anyone else. People on a fixed income are hurt the worst and the fastest by high inflation.
Thank you so much, Chair Powell. Greg Robb from MarketWatch. I just wondered if the committee has talked at all about the labor market, and there's strikes now in Hollywood, and now the United Auto Workers are talking about a possible strike. I mean, aren't workers, some workers have power now and are going to be seeking higher wages. Does that come up in your discussions? Thanks.
So the topic of wages in the labor market and dynamics in the labor market is about as central a topic to our discussions as anything. I mean, it's very labor economics, and the labor market are utterly central. It's half of our mandate, so we spend a lot of time talking about that. I think there are structural issues that are really not for the Fed. And so we don't spend a lot of time, although we take notice of what's going on. But we're not involved in discussions or debates over strikes and things like that. But we look and we see what's going on, and we're making judgments about what it will take to get inflation down to 2% in the aggregate. And as I said, don't think that was about. Most folks would say now it wasn't really about wages at the beginning. And it's becoming more about that as we get into really service sector inflation, which is the part of the economy where we have seen the least progress.
Let's go to Mark for the last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark Hamrick with Bankrate. Wondering what your thoughts are now about systemic risk, now that we're about 3 months past the failure of Silicon Valley Bank, and also specifically, what are the risks associated with commercial real estate as well as non-bank financials, and could you further elevate those risks with higher still rates, possibly for longer?
So we're trying to think where to start. I'll start with commercial real estate. Of course, we're watching that situation very carefully. There's a substantial amount of commercial real estate in the banking system. A large part of it is in smaller banks. It's well distributed. To the extent it's well distributed, then the system could take losses. We do expect that there'll be losses, but there'll be banks that have concentrations, and those banks will experience larger losses. So we're well aware of that. We're monitoring it carefully. It feels like something that will be around for some time, as opposed to something that will suddenly hit and work its way into systemic risk. In terms of non-bank financial sector, there's been a ton of work, and clearly in the pandemic, it really was it was the non-bank financial sector where issues really arose, and there's a lot of work going on with the administration, in particular, leading that to try to address issues in the Treasury market and in all kinds of areas in the non-bank financial market. But our jurisdiction at the Fed is over banks, actually bank holding companies and some banks. So that's really our main focus. In terms of the events of March, as I mentioned earlier, we will be carefully monitoring that situation. Our job generally involves worrying about a lot of things that may go wrong, and that would include the banks. It might be hard for me to identify something that we don't worry about rather than that we do worry about. So we're watching those things very carefully. And as we see things unfold, as we see what's happening with credit conditions and also all the individual banks that are out there, we'll be able to take, to the extent it's appropriate, we can take, if there are macroeconomic implications, we can take that into account in our rate setting. And so I guess that's what I would say.
Can I just follow up on the last part? That's, do you risk further exacerbating those issues if you get up to another 50 basis points?
So that's, and I guess I meant to address that by saying, as we watch, we'll see what's happening, and if we're seeing the kind of tightening of conditions that you could be referring to, then we can factor that, because really we use our rate tool it really has macroeconomic purposes, so we'll take that into account. Of course, we have responsibility for financial stability as well, and that also is a factor that we're always going to be considering. Thank you very much.
The chairman of the Federal Reserve System on truly an historic day, as our Michael McKee said, with some emotion at 2 p.m., a super hawkish Fed. I saw a couple research notes saying hawkish. I don't know what hawkish means. I certainly don't know what hawkish squared means as well. But there you have it. Some piercing questions there, and we've got some of the video to play back that did move the market. Lisa, what I would suggest here with markets, sort of a sigh of relief. We went down off the statement. We came back with a nice NASDAQ 100 return, Apple breaking out to new highs. We may have time to get to that. But it was in the 2-year yield, a 28 basis point swing to a much higher 2-year yield, resetting to the new hawkish. And then we came in as he calmed the markets.
My takeaway is Jay Powell wants to sound hawkish. He wanted to double down on super hawkishness, and he failed, because basically the real key moment was when he couldn't commit to any July rate hike. To me, this stood out in response to a question about what the change in the statement of economic projections, the shift upward, 50 basis points of further rate hikes, what that meant about July. Take a listen.
We didn't make a decision about July. I mean, of course, it came up in the meeting from time to time, but really the focus was on what to do today. I would say about July, two things. One, decision hasn't been made. Two, I do expect that it will be a live meeting.
The live meeting was not the same as we have an indication that we are going to raise rates. And at that point, you started to see the shift in markets with equities starting to lift and getting at one point up as much as 0.5% on the NASDAQ.
Yeah,
and you could see a real retracement of
right.
those bond yields. Basically, if you're not going to commit to a July rate hike, why should we believe the average of a statement of economic projections by committee members?
We're going to chat here in a moment. We've got some very important stuff from some of the great academics across the nation. I'm going to feature Jason Furman here in a bit. If you're just joining us, we welcome you on radio, on television, worldwide. Tom Keenan, Lisa Abramos, Jonathan Farrell on assignment on one of 3 islands in Italy. I'm not sure which one is I think Capri.
How do you call vacation assignment? I don't understand this.
Because I'm American. We don't go on vacation. Although Farrell goes on holiday, which is a good and beautiful thing. We're going to have some great conversation coming up here in moments. Talia, do we have the Furman tweet here? I think this is too important, and it's in a good segue into Jeffrey Rosenberg here in a moment. Did we get that made? This is Jason Furman of Harvard, of course, with his public service to the nation, in teaching, I should say, Ec 10 at Harvard, which gives him great credit as well. The FOMC is signaling a baby step away from a belief in low equilibrium interest rates. The median long run FFR was unchanged, 2.5, but the central tendency shifted up. And then all 3 of the lowest long-run dots shifted up. Expect more of this shift over time. Professor Furman of Harvard University. Joining us now, Jeffrey Rosenberg, Portfolio Manager of Systemic Multi-Strategy Fund at BlackRock. Oh, he's not good yet. Okay, we'll get to Jeffrey Rosenberg in a moment. Joining us now, our academic, Michael McKee here, which I thought, what was great, Mike, is for the first time in ages, someone had a ruder question than you, which I think was very good. Michael McKee, Jason Furman, I think, with a summary here of the history that, Mike, I heard in your voice at 2 o'clock. This is an extraordinary moment, Mike. Is this where the Fed begins to shift where we're heading up to where former Vice Chair Clarida says so, that Jason Furman alludes to, that finally we're beginning to find a new level above 2%?
Well, it may be. The issue there is going to be how long it takes inflation to come down, which is sort of the genesis of the question that I asked in terms of whether it's time or data that's going to make a difference. I think a lot of what went into today's decision was the Reserve Bank of Australia and the Bank of Canada took rate moves off the table, and the markets were then shocked when they had to come back and raise rates again. So they don't know if they're going to need to raise rates again. They think if nothing changes that they may need to. They're giving themselves that flexibility. They don't want markets to price in the end of tightening or any kind of rate reductions in the near term. But Powell seemed to indicate that while they have these two rate moves priced into their dot plot, it doesn't mean they're necessarily going to do them. They will see what happens with inflation, with the economy going forward. So July may be live, as he said, but if we don't see a lot of change, I think you're going to see a lot of people leaning towards the idea of the Fed holding again.
That I thought was really interesting, and you asked a great question, which he did not answer. He really just kept saying, look at the statement of economic projections, look at the dot plot. How much were we witnessing a tension between Jay Powell as an individual representative on the FOMC versus the committee, which is significantly more hawkish than he is?
I think it's going to be very interesting, Lisa, to listen to what the Fed officials have to say over the coming weeks, because if you had asked where we would get dissents at this meeting, we would have said, and I think everybody on Wall Street would have said, from the hawkish members. But now it appears that the hawks led the way, Powell going in, Jefferson going in, and Williams going in, essentially leaning towards the pause and leaning perhaps more dovish than others. So what was it that drew them into this idea of an additional two rate moves if they indeed joined in? It's hard to imagine Powell not doing it, but there were some dots below the new median. But, it does seem that the group as a whole grew more hawkish. So what brought that on, and is there division, was there division, or did we all kind of misread it? It's going to be interesting to listen to their speeches in the next couple of weeks.
Agreed, and he even indicated that. Listen to their speeches, and they'll tell you what they think. Michael McKee, thank you so much, as always, for your terrific work, and just sort of saying, right now, we are seeing that lift reignite in equities, NASDAQ up 0.3% as you really reassess the commitment that this FOMC truly has to raise rates next month.
And critically, and this is perfect to go to Jeffrey Rosenberg on the VIX, which is in the equity space. This is the volatility measurement around the Standard & Poor's 500 burst down to a constructive 13.98. Boy, have we taken the volatility out of the equity markets here. And of course, Jeff Rosenberg, that's part of his view as a systemic multi-strategy fund manager for BlackRock. He's been so wonderful to be with Surveillance here for a good amount of time. Jeff, I'm going to go to the history right now. We'll get to the VIX in a moment and what it means for the yield space. Professor Furman at Harvard says today's a sea change. And finally, we're getting the verbiage from our central bank to get away from what, I'm going to associate this with John Taylor, where we had a run rate under 2%, 1.8, 1.7%. We use 2% as a language. And finally, we're going to start admitting we're going to come down to something above 2%. Is that what hawkish meant today?
It could be part of that, Tom. That's a huge deal long run, because it implies that a lot more space for the Fed to reach its terminal rate, because the real neutral rate is higher than anticipated. I'm not sure that's so clear. I think that's an interesting read. I think what's really clear here in the market reaction is the Fed, mark to market and upgraded its assessment of the economy. And, that's good news. In some sense, this is about, really pushing back hard against the recession consensus, the recession expectations from consensus in terms of economics, and a consistent refrain all year long that it's just around the corner. It's just around the corner. Not around the corner. And yes, you've got the Fed who's got to push back against that, but for the kind of back and forth financial markets, it's a little bit about, hey, this economy is a little bit more resilient. And Powell admitted it. It's been much more resilient to the 500 basis points than they expected, than anyone expected, both in terms of the economy and
Jeff, to me, this is a foundational moment, and your colleague Wei Li nailed this a couple days ago, and that there just seems to be a resilience here that deserves a higher interest rate structure. Did we get wrong the recession idea in the sense that for whatever reason, technology, demographics, the other factors Blanchard talks about, that this is just simply a much more resilient American economy that we have to deal with in finance?
Yeah, and resilient to what? Resilient to interest rate sensitivity, right? Got done talking about housing, interest rate sensitive sectors. They're the fastest to respond. Yes, we've seen that. What we haven't seen is the rest of the economy. And so what that might imply is a lot less interest rate sensitivity to tightening and higher interest rates than is expected. And so either you need a lot more, and what's really missing here is the admission that you need to do a lot more damage to the labor markets to really rein in that inflation. Otherwise, you're going to be living with a lot longer, more persistent inflation than a lot of the forecasts, including the Fed and these updated SAP, are implying.
Jeff, do you believe Fed Chair Jay Powell that this Fed is going to go twice more?
I think twice more is not too high of a bar. I think the market had one more. A little bit of the surprise in the SEP here is that you've got two more. I don't really think that's the surprise. I think the surprise is what I was just sort of implying, that if indeed you don't see inflation respond more aggressively, and to Tom's first question, if indeed the real neutral rate is much higher than what Williams was just highlighting in a recent speech,
yes,
and what people think is, no change from the pre-COVID environment, then that terminal rate is much higher, not 50 basis points, but hundreds of basis points. And that would end up being a big surprise. I'm not saying that's where we're going, but the longer that you don't see the response in labor markets, in inflation, the more the data is telling you that you're not tight in terms of policy. And to get tight, you got to go much higher.
If that's the case, then why are equity markets up right now? Why is the NASDAQ actually gaining stability and then some, even on the heels of projected further tightening?
So I think, there's a big story around the NASDAQ and some concentration issues around stocks. Tech is back as sort of the safe haven and the safe place to go. So you have a little bit of that issue. It's not a high breadth market move.
Hold on a second. But Jeff, I'm sorry to interrupt, and I realize this is difficult. But this is important because it's not just what it has been doing. It is in response to what we saw today, that as Jay Powell started to talk, and as he was basically saying they have not committed to a July rate hike, you saw a real enthusiasm kind of percolate up. Doesn't that tell you something more than just simply AI hype?
Well, it is more than that. And what I was going to extend that is it's back to what is the safe haven for equity investors. The safe haven is large cap tech. And so you've added a few new semiconductor companies in that list. We got new funny acronyms to describe that new equity market concentration. But it's about, where do I go when I'm uncertain? I go into these large cap companies because that's what's safe. If you want to see the broader economic impact, then you got to look at Russell 2000. You got to look at small caps, and you see a big gap in that performance today. I think that's where you see much more about the economic sensitivity and where the vulnerability is. Thank you very much for pulling that up, and that's where you see the disconnect, and that's where I think you can square somewhat of the Fed's got to do more. That's not so good for the economy. Okay, so that's not so good for the movement into economic sensitive stuff. If you run this back a little bit further from the beginning of the month, from the end of May payrolls, you see Russell was actually leading the stock markets. And so this kind of rotation is about, all right, I go back to my safe haven. It's just my safe haven in this new world is large cap tech. It's not the Fed's raising rates. And so this is where you see market dynamics go. I think it's all very consistent.
Jeff Rosenberg, thank you so much. Today with BlackRock on a busy afternoon. We want to get Michael McKee in here for one more question before we get to Dr. Carpenter as well. Mike, I'm going to assume the dots of 2025 sprawl from Bullard to Goolsby. What are we going to hear in the next Fed Speak Derby? How do all these speakers deal with a hawkish statement?
Well, I think, Tom, first of all, you throw out the 2025 dots because those are just sort of darts on a board. They don't
May
have
we
any
quote
idea.
you on that?
Yes, you may. They don't have any idea where we're going to be in 2025. They don't know about 2024. As Powell admitted today, the economy has surprised with its strength this year, and we got these surprising move in the dot plot this time. So I wouldn't look that far out, but I think what you do want to say is that we're going to see who can define what it would take for them to move again. Obviously, Austin Goolsbee probably doesn't want to do very much, but if the Fed is going to move, if Jim Bullard is going to move, is it going to be that time question, the fact that inflation doesn't come down, or is it going to be the fact that inflation goes back up again? That's what they need to find out.
Based on this question that Tom was rightly asking, are you seeing this shift as evidenced by some of these projections? And even what we heard from Jay Powell, are they moving the terminal rate higher than what we've come accustomed to?
Well, yes, I think they are. They do think that we could go to as much as 5.75% or 6%. The issue is if they start to get that high, what second round effects are there? And so they're going to be reluctant to move, but they want to leave that possibility open because the economy has been so strong, and they don't think that it is going to react as it has in the past. And one interesting thing today is by moving up to 1% for a GDP growth figure this year, they're implicitly pricing out a recession. So while Powell says the risks are still onto the upside for inflation, they're not to the downside anymore, at least as far as the Fed is concerned, it seems, with going too far, tightening too much, and sending the economy into contraction.
Michael McKee, thank you so much. Really, really exceptional. They're reporting this out at 2 o'clock and how original this statement was today. Mr. McKee in charge of all of our economic coverage. We finished strong, Lisa, with the right guest.
With someone who has extensive experience at the Federal Reserve and beyond in government, making some of these decisions and seeing the mechanics of it. Someone who currently heads the economics team as global chief economist at Morgan Stanley, Seth Carpenter, joining us now. And I am curious your reaction. Why are markets up if the Fed is shifting upward its expectation of terminal rates?
Yeah, I think there was a lot to unpack there. I think, Lisa, I was listening to the show earlier, and you pointed out that Powell was unwilling to commit to July. He called it a live meeting, which I think makes sense, but he didn't want to lock himself in. And I think the equity market might be saying, gosh, maybe we got off easy. There could have been an even more hawkish outcome. Look what happened with the dots. And now Powell is saying, okay, that's not baked in the cake. So I think your analysis earlier was pretty spot on.
At this point, was that a failure at a time when inflation has been sticky? Or is the Fed seeing something that perhaps others are overlooking in terms of how quickly this economy is seeing disinflation?
I wouldn't call it a failure, and I don't know that they're seeing something that other people aren't. I think one way you can interpret the rates market reaction, which is, say, not fully pricing in what the dot plot says, is the market understands that the Fed's decisions will be dependent on the incoming data, and I don't think the market shares the view that inflation is going to be nearly as high as what the Fed's written down. Their forecast for core PCE inflation at the end of this year went up by a sizable amount. Looking at my colleague Ellen Zentner and her team's forecast for CPI inflation, just the next print that we get next month, it's going to be really, really hard to get anywhere close to the Fed's core inflation forecast for this year. And so if we're right, and if the market's right on where inflation is going to go for the next print, boy, the committee probably will be singing a different tune. And I think that's part of what's going on. Powell actually, I think, did a reasonably good job keeping that hawkish option there while not having a hike at this meeting.
It's original territory, to say the least. Folks, it's not a cliche. This is not something Seth Carpenter was taught at Princeton by a guy named Bernanke and Alan Blinder and other greats of Princeton. Dr. Carpenter, I look at where we are, and if I can state, it is original territory. It's in some form original economics. Do we just simply have to really start thinking of a higher R-star, as Jeff Rosenberg said, maybe away from what John Williams codified a few weeks ago?
I'm not convinced that we have enough information yet to get there. And in fact, any estimation that gets done of R star, it just takes so many years of data to get any sort of precision on it. And the committee really has to make decisions at a meeting by meeting basis. So they're going to do in practice what all of those fancy statistical techniques do, which is look at the data and ask the question, given where the interest rate is now, is inflation rising or falling? Is the economy slowing or speeding up? And if the answer is inflation's coming down a bit and the economy is slowing down a bit, then you just conclude we're above R star. It's literally as simple as that. And in real time, it is the best that they can do.
I first met Ellen Zentner in her true expertise of measuring the American consumer. I believe I saw a Fed today walk greatly away from a recession call. Maybe we'll see contraction slow down in some form of stagnation. Who knows? But Dr. Carpenter, if I look at Ellen Zentner's study of the American consumer, the great miscall of the last 6 months is this is a good economy. We are buoyant. We are spending money. Do you see any amendment of that today? I mean, can we believe in that forward, that it's a better than good economy?
So good is in the eye of the beholder a bit. I mean, the unemployment rate is quite low. We've had spending hold up. But I would just stress, we have had here at Morgan Stanley since the beginning of this rate hiking cycle, a call that we would get a soft landing. We think inflation is coming down. We think inflation will continue to come down. But we have never had as a baseline forecast that the U.S. economy would go into recession. And I feel really comfortable that we had that view before, that we're sticking to that view now.
Jeff Rosenberg had an interesting comment when he was looking at the outperformance of the NASDAQ, as per usual these days, seeing gains on both the S&P and the NASDAQ, and then looking at nearly a % loss on the Russell 2000. And basically this goes into the haven stocks. The haven assets are the big companies, and the smaller ones are being increasingly left behind. Even if we do get a soft landing, how is that dynamic going to rejigger the haves and the have-nots in corporate America?
I think there's just a whole set of cross currents going on here. And as we often like to say, the economy is not the market and the market is not the economy. We do think there's still more slowing to happen. There's probably going to be a little bit more slowing going on in some of the good sectors than in the services sector. And so that's going to change a bit who the winners and the losers are. We do think Europe is going to be slow as well. And so those companies that are exposed to the rest of the world through exports are probably going to fare a bit differently than those that are just domestically focused. So I think it is a very, very tricky time now for